Hello. Barry, the fuck's your problem? All right. So, I'm here. Let's see. Wait. What was I doing? What was I doing? What was I doing? What was I doing? Who needs a bong hit? This guy. Hi, everybody. My name's Mike. This is my YouTube page, Mox News. Thanks so much for tuning in, and welcome to your Wake and Bake News at 7 p.m. I am definitely ready for a bong hit. I hope some of you are ready also. I have a number of videos ready for you this evening on this day, May 21, 2020, including, what do I have here? Something good. I have stuff. Don't worry. But right now, what we really need to make happen is a big fat dab. Since it will be my first one of the day, and it seems only appropriate that we do that with you. I waited so I could share it with you, baby. Don't you know how much you mean to me, baby? There's nothing. I want to share everything in my life with you, baby. How can you not know that already, baby? But it's a lovely day here in Seattle. There was thunder a minute ago. So if there's lightning and thunder, and the live feed goes down, it's not my fault. You have been warned. I have a lovely cup of tea. I hope you have a lovely beverage for you also. It is so dab time. I'm telling you, people. Dab, 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 dab. So dab time. It's so dab time. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. I'm going to make myself crazy if I keep saying that. And don't ever take a dab. I'll be like, ah. Of course, I already have had just a big fat brownie. So I'm really good. But it is dab time. It's dab time. I'm ready. I've been ready for a little while, but I wanted to hold off so I could share it with you because that's the kind of guy I am. Although I had a big brownie when I woke up, so. And that's the whole point, is I get up and I have a brownie, and then I take for the dogs for a walk, and then I'm good, But I like sharing dabs with you guys, and I like that. I like taking dabs. I like smoking. It's nice. It's a nice thing. I enjoy it. I don't want you to think it's just theater or something, but there's definitely a theater component to it. Because I wouldn't never, don't want to say never, but I wouldn't smoke 3 or 4 dabs in 2 hours or 3 hours normally. I would probably smoke 3 or 4 dabs a day normally. But this whole, theater of the mind has my dabbing schedule way off. So we gotta do. I just take them as they come now. Normally, what's up, boo boo? Huh? How's my beautiful baby? You hear something? He's worried about lightning and thunder. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Didn't get your stickers? What the fuck? Hey, Craig, Pete didn't get his stickers. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, he's getting free jerky and it's not enough. I need stickers too, fucker. Pete, we are working on something special just for you. Believe it or not. Right, Craig? Working on something special just for Pete. Guaranteed. You are gonna love it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, baby. I feel so much better now. All right. So, wow, that was like all weird. That was like so, has like a minty and a peppery kind of flavor to it. Wow. What a trip. I think it might have something to do with the tea that I'm drinking. I'm drinking a different kind of tea because I'm out of tea. If anybody wants to buy me a box of tea, there's clickable links in the text body of this video or the description box. Or you can go to moxnews.com. It's easy to leave a donation there. Now, did I mention I have a fuck ton of videos ready to play? I did. I'm quite certain. Did I mention that this is a call-in show and that the phone number is 805-669-6397. 805-669-6397. That's 805 Mox News. And we do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So be sure and subscribe and hit the notification bell because you know it is always better when you're here. And who the fuck is downvoting my videos? Barry, you better not be downvoting my fucking videos. Barry's still in here? I let you say whatever you want, Barry. Except for your little website. What sounds awful? What sounds awful? Oh, peppery and it's a Nomo with the glueberry. Has a little bit of pepperiness to it and kind of there's like a bubblegum thing going on. The Nomo is very bubblegummy. And that's almost Nomo. Oh my god. It's almost Nomo. It's Gnome-O with a G. Gnome. Like a gnome, like me. I'm a gnome. Many people have referred to me as a gnome in the past. It's wonderful. I really enjoy it. Nomo-ato. So, I am going to go ahead and play a video because it is your Wake and Bake News, and that's what we do here is we play news. So, I'm going to go ahead and play a video about Trump ending the Open Skies Treaty with Russia. Because, you know, we can't end enough treaties with Russia. That seems like a really good plan, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do that now.
We start in the United States, where the Trump administration has said that they are pulling the US out of the Open Skies Arms Control Treaty, claiming that some nations have repeatedly abused the pact. The deal, signed in 2002, was meant to boost trust between its 35 members, which include the United Kingdom and Russia. The US accuses Moscow of violating the terms of the said pact. Washington are due to inform the Kremlin of their decision later this week and will officially quit the agreement in 6 months' time, an agreement which has been described as crucial in a post-Cold War world. Well, to talk about this issue even more, we are joined by our Washington correspondent, Ketevan Gorgestani. Ketevan, thank you very much for joining us live on the program. What exactly has prompted this decision by the Trump administration?
Well, it's something that's been brewing for a little bit now, and it's something that Donald Trump has been very eager to do. Now, as you said, this Open Skies Treaty really brings in more than 30 states, but the real problem is between the United States and Russia. And so initially, this was something that was supposed to be some sort of mutual observation treaty, but the U.S. says that Russia has violated this treaty and the terms of this treaty in several different ways. One is that the U.S. says that Russia has prevented other member states from flying over certain areas of the Russian territory, including the exclave of Kaliningrad, which is located between Poland and the Baltic states. So it is the landmass, the Russian landmass closest to Europe, and that's something that the Americans are not too happy about. Russia also preventing some flights over certain areas at certain moments, saying that there were military exercises there, and so they didn't want any member state flying over that area. And the Americans are also accusing Russia of using their own flights over the U.S. to sort of map out some key infrastructure in the U.S. to use it as potential future targets for cyber attacks. So really, there's some form of distrust between the Americans and the Russian, and that's what has prompted Donald Trump to want to pull out of this Open Skies Treaty. He said just earlier today, before heading out to Michigan, that really pointing to Russia, saying they have violated the pact, they are not adhering to the pact, and until they do that, we will pull out of this Open Skies Treaty.
And of course, Ketevan, even though this announcement might be somewhat surprising, the fact that the United States is pulling out of an international agreement is just a continuation of what we've seen during this Trump presidency, isn't it?
Exactly. It's the third major international treaty that is linked to arms control that the U.S. is pulling out of. There was, of course, the Iran nuclear deal just a couple of years ago. Last year, it was the mid-range, intermediate range nuclear weapons treaty. And there might be another one coming soon, another one that really puts Russia and the U.S. in a treaty bilaterally. It's the New START treaty, which is supposed to limit the deployed nuclear missiles of both countries at 1,550 for each country. The U.S. really wanting to pull out of that one too, and it seems like Donald Trump is gearing up to let that New START treaty expire. It will be expiring just a few weeks after the next presidential inauguration here in the U.S., which is set for the month of January. So we could have yet another agreement that the U.S. pulls out of. What has to be said is that this is something that Donald Trump has been doing over the past few years, not just in arms treaties, but in all these international agreements, basically saying they're not good for the U.S. The U.S. has been shortchanged. I'm going to tear up this agreement, and I'm going to replace it with something that is good for the United States. And that's what he wants to do again with Russia and with these arms treaties. He said it earlier today. He said that there's a great chance that there will be a new deal with Russia. And maybe this time, and that's his real goal, is to get China to come into that treaty. And that's what he wants to work on.
Our correspondent in Washington, Ketevan Korjestani, thank you very much for joining us on the program.
Alrighty then. I thought that was interesting. I don't know what's going on with all these treaties being ended. I don't trust Trump any more than I trust any of the rest of these guys. And now we're in the middle of this worldwide thing, just like we were with the last Republican president. And the pretend Democrat, actual Republican president, Barack Obama, who never got us out of the worldwide skirmish, just kept, do you know what Barack Obama did? Barack Obama took the United States police state and he fucking bolstered it 10 times. He took this over intrusive police state and he said, here, let's give you all this military stuff. Now, I'm sure it started with Bush, but he didn't do anything to stop it. And in fact, he made it happen at an even bigger rate of pace. And and then when the Occupy came out, he was like, I'm not like those guys on the money. I'm not like those other presidents who came before me. He said, if you go into the streets, I will be there standing shoulder to shoulder with you. And the people went into the streets under the first term of Barack Obama. And they said, we want the change we were promised. And Barack Obama labeled those protesters terrorist, potential terrorist. In the time of never-ending terror threat, he labeled proud Americans who were in the proud American tradition of going into the streets, gone into the streets and stayed there, demanding the change they were promised. He labeled them potential terrorists. There's no potential. Okay, so Barack Obama could not have been a worse president if he tried to be, if he actually called himself Republican. He couldn't have been a worse president. He's just as bad as it gets. And it's so sad, because he promised us that he wasn't like the rest of them. And he was exactly like George W. Bush. And he did nothing to give freedom to the people. He acted as if the people, don't have freedom. He acted as if legalizing marijuana was not an answer to the unfair ratio of black people being arrested for marijuana. Barack Obama was a horrible, horrible president, and if anyone thinks otherwise, they should call me and tell me, because I'm telling you, you're not basing any of that in reality. So, and he was just as bad. I mean, I want to say he's just as bad as George W. Bush, but George W. Bush and his buddy Dick Cheney started this whole thing. Started this whole plunder of the U.S. We're going to steal every penny we can from the U.S. people, and we'll tell them that they have no other option but to let us do it, because we're under attack. Barack Obama went right along with it and just continued to militarize the police forces. Our local cops, who were there to protect the citizens, all of a sudden became fucking imperial stormtroopers. And were thunking fucking tear gas fucking canisters off of protesters to Iraq War veteran protester off their head. Like, that's their fucking job. And I really hope that that person who did that never slept since then. Because you're a horrible, horrible piece of shit. And I just hope that you have the worst life that is possibly imaginable. And all the rest of you cops who don't speak out, you deserve that too. I'm tired of this bullshit land of the free. Okay, this is the land of the free, or it is not. And what I see is a prison state, a prison planet, as Alex Jones would put it. And the only reason it's a prison planet, the only reason marijuana is illegal around the world is because the United States insisted that all countries make marijuana illegal. Because of the United States. That's the only reason. And that gives them the right to just fuck your life. Because you have flowers growing in the front yard, or the backyard, or your closet. Somewhere where you think people won't see. Because you need the medicine desperately. And when Barack Obama was asked, you know, about a year into his fucking term as president, he was asked about, you know, legalizing marijuana. And he looked at the woman, a black lady, a mom, who was worried about her sons. And he looked at her and he laughed. I don't think legalizing marijuana is the answer to all our questions, all our problems. Fuck you. You know, that's somebody who the police state never touches, never will, never touch their children, never will. That's a horrible piece of shit human being. That's who Barack Obama is. That's why the protesters went into the street, because he's a horrible piece of shit. And he promised he was different. Not like all the other horrible pieces of shit that came before him. And now we have this horrible piece of shit who says, oh, I'm not going to close the government again. I'm not going to do it. No, it's not going to happen. You know, well, you said you weren't going to do it in the first place. And you know, I mean, you know, this guy refuses to accept responsibility for anything. And he always has his entire life, which is the problem with putting a bitch boy like George W. Bush or Donald Trump into fucking, you know, into a position of such power. Not me. You know, these guys won't let me end the war. They won't let me. It's not up to me. So, this is where we're at in this world. And this is why we have to recognize the real threat to our freedom. We have to understand it's not ISIS. It's not Al-Qaeda. It's not Russia. It's not China. The only real threat to our freedom is the only outside threat to our freedom is probably Israel, because we're being told that we're not allowed to say the things we want about Israel. We can't say what we want about Israel because it's not really the land of the free. If you do, your name goes on a list. You can say anything you want about any other country, but not Israel. And so, and here we are, you know, we're in this fucking land of the free, and, you know, we must recognize the true enemies to us, not to the world, not to the threat to the worldwide freedom. I don't give a fuck about the world at this moment. There is an enemy that makes it so that we can't change anything. There is an enemy that keeps us locked in the 1950s and are never, ever going to allow us to progress one step beyond that. And that enemy is in our backyards, in our homes, up our fucking asses. And it's the local and state and federal government in this country. They are the only ones that are a true and real threat to your personal freedom. And anyone who's even remotely awake even remotely aware can see that clearly. So let's stop playing games about, oh, I have to be afraid of my neighbor. Oh, I have to be afraid of other people. It's the government. The government is here, and they're going to fuck your world. We have to take control of government. We have to end Republicans and Democrats forever. Not Republicans, not Democrats, Republicans and Democrats forever. And any other party, because we don't need to have parties. Okay? Unless it's dancing in the street. We'll have that party every fucking day, in my opinion. Endless summer forever, baby. But this bullshit with endless war forever, because we have to. Why? Oh, because we're afraid. Are you afraid? I'm not fucking afraid. Okay? Someone wants to fight us, let them come over here. Okay, I'm done with your fucking bullshit war machine. Blowing up little babies, and you want to act like you're fucking heroes? Barack Obama, George W. Bush, Dick fucking cunt Cheney, fucking bullshit Donald Trump. Yeah, you blow up little babies, Donald Trump. And Saudi Arabia is your good buddy who helps you do it, huh? Yeah, and fucking let's not forget Netanyahu. Yeah, he loves to fucking blow up babies. And you love to dance in the blood with him, don't you? Yeah, we all know it's true. I better have another bong hit. Okay, so I have more. I have more videos. Let's see. Trump. Hello, caller.
Michael, motherfucker.
Pete, you know what? If I ever get to make cartoons, man, I am coming to you, because I want you to be doing one of the voices of my cartoons.
Michael, motherfucker.
What's going on, Peter?
What's up, bro? What's poppin'?
Still here, man.
Dude, people have been talking a lot about all this bullshit about things you're never going to be the same again, man. I'll tell you one thing that's never going to be the same. Toilet paper, bro.
How's that?
And paper towels, because all I get is this dingy-ass fucking thin toilet paper. I can't wipe my ass with this bullshit. I hope toilet paper goes back to normal. Of all the things that I hope go back to normal, I hope it's fucking toilet paper, because I can't wipe my ass with this bullshit.
What, you can only get one kind of toilet paper now or something?
Well, bro, when you go, the only toilet paper I can buy is like this paper thin fucking horse shit. It's just like dingleberry medicine is what it is.
Where did
it's not real toilet paper.
There's only one kind of toilet paper that's available right now. Is that right?
Well, that's all I can get. I can't even get fucking paper towels.
What?
Barely. I had to search high and low for paper towels today. That was some bullshit.
Wow.
And you bet it was that shitty quality, dirty brown paper thin shit that it absorbs nothing. It absorbs like 5 milliliters of water and gotta throw it away. Fucking bullshit. And it's like price gouged to shit.
Wow, that's messed up, dude.
Bullshit, Michael.
And you had to search for toilet paper, is that right? Or paper towels, or was it,
paper towels.
Huh. Really weird,
paper
man.
Towels, bro.
I didn't know that's how it was.
Sometimes they have a bunch of them, but then some big fucking fat fuck comes in and buys them all. And you're
huh. Where you don't shop at Costco then, I guess, huh?
No, I don't.
Yeah, Craig just brings home big giant fucking bundles of fucking toilet paper and paper towels from the Costco, so.
Yeah, I guess that's what I have to fucking do in this fucking quarantine age.
I don't know.
Just to buy fucking paper towels. Hey, bro.
What?
I saw the story, right,
Uh-huh.
on CNN, and they were shitting on Sweden, and they were saying how they were criticizing, Sweden's whole coronavirus response because, they're going the whole herd immunity route, and they're saying, oh, well, nobody has herd immunity. They only 7.3% of the population has been tested positive for antibodies, so your strategy isn't working. And I'm like, well, yeah, CNN. Well, doesn't that kind of prove the point that maybe, they didn't overreact to this shit like every other fucking country did? Like maybe they kind of did the right thing in that sense. Maybe the lockdown measures were a little extreme. No,
Um,
a lot of shitting on Sweden. I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
I guess their death rate's pretty is higher than most, but I guess
I,
that's the price you got to pay for not having a fucking you know.
you know what? Here's the deal, okay? When I see the pictures of Sweden, right, this is what I see. Is I see people outside fucking enjoying a lovely day at a restaurant at a table having food, and the restaurant has a bunch of people in it, and it's just a beautiful thing. And I don't understand this whole fucking garbage, man. I'm just so tired of this fucking garbage where it's like, you have to live in fear or you're gonna die, because you know what, you're gonna die. And if you have to live in fear of the motherfucking fact that you are gonna die, then I feel bad for you, because then it's gonna be a lifelong thing for you, and it's just not the way the top of the food chain is meant to live on this planet.
Dude, it's unbelievable. You're right. And there's people like my sister who are like very like anxiety, like panic. She's very high anxiety to begin with, so she is practically like melting down with all this shit. And you're right, because there's so much fear out there. And a lot of these websites, that's how they get clicks on their site, is by scaring the shit out of people with their nonsense. Like I saw this fucking article today.
That's how CNN. Apparently, that's how mainstream media America gets their fucking clicks. Go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, that's all it's about, dude.
Mm.
We will scare the fuck out. Like the headline of the article you will be like, you can't not click on it. You'll be like, all right, what the fuck is this bullshit? And then
Yeah.
you click on it, and it's nothing. It was just clickbait.
Yeah.
I have many examples of this, but one minor example I have, it was, I guess the name of the website was Eat This Not That, whatever, right?
Yeah, I've
And
heard
the
of that
article
one
was,
before.
it was on MSN, which is of course toxic, but that's
Okay, maybe
when I
that's
pull
where I
up
saw it.
my news at work, that's
Yeah.
like the default news thing that comes up, so I always check it out. And it had there's the top four things that bartenders will never be able to do again. Like your cocktail at the bar will never taste the same because bartenders can't squeeze fresh juice, and it's all going to be concentrated. I mean, they can wear gloves and squeeze. They can't use fresh herbs because they keep them on the bar bench. Like it's called a refrigerator, motherfucker. No more crushed ice. Oh, again, wear gloves. I mean, bartenders should be wearing gloves when they do this shit anyway, shouldn't they? It's ridiculous. But your drinks are never going to be the same again when you go to the bar.
Pete,
you can't squeeze the rind into your drink.
I heard that the local news was on the other night, and it was right at the beginning of the news, and they said, now that nothing will ever look the same. I was just like, what the fuck? Why are you poisoning people's minds like this? I mean, it's just, how much more stress can you possibly cause someone than say, nothing's ever gonna be the same again? Oh my God, you giant pieces of shit. Go, Pete.
Yeah, and they're like, we've never gotten more clicks on our articles. Fucking scratching his balls. I saw another one of I think it was on CNN. They had an article where it was like the virus is mutating. There's cases of lasting infection, like people have infection like that lasts like 50 days or whatever. And you're like, what the fuck? When you read it, and it's like some lady who's like, they don't even tell you like how old she is or even if she has any pre-existing conditions. They just give you this name of this lady who's been suffering from the virus for like a while, like a couple of weeks, but at the end of the article they say, well, we really don't have enough evidence to suggest that the virus is really mutating at this point, and we don't really like it's kind of inconclusive, so and the lady was probably like 80 years old that it was about, and it's just. They're just using this to scare the fucking shit out of people. It's so stupid. And dude, the governor in Rhode Island, literally, you were talking about the tracking app. The governor in Rhode Island was talking about how about the benefits of these tracking apps, and that it also has potential benefits for law enforcement. I mean, and just everyone's gonna be so happy about. Oh my goodness.
And they want you so bad to sign on to this tracking app, dude. This is like the golden key for them, man. You do this, and it's we got a golden ticket. Everything you own, all your bases are now ours, or whatever. How that goes? How that saying goes, Craig?
People ain't buying into it, man. Though I mean, I've been surprised to see the pushback to this. People are not buying
all
it.
Your base are belong to us.
So.
All your base are belong to us. That's correct. Thank you very much, Craig.
What is it?
All your base are belong to us. It's an alien thing. It's from a video game or a movie or something. I think it's from a video game. But it's all your base are. That means you lose.
I'll find the link
you lose. We won. Is it a music video or something? Anyways, I'm just saying, like, once you download this and they track every step you take and every person you come in contact with, just know that, they're also listening to every word you say. So whatever.
They already are, dude.
They already are, exactly.
Like there's so many times.
It's just, but here's the deal, Pete. Here's the deal, Pete. When you voluntarily sign on to it, all your base are belong to us. Get it? Get it?
I haven't voluntarily signed on to.
I know you haven't. I know you haven't. But that's good. That's very good, Pete. I'm just saying that a lot of people have. A lot of people have.
Packing up on my phone to go to the grocery store. I'm gonna tell them to go fuck themselves.
And a lot of people have, and a lot of people will. You can guarantee it.
Yeah, they're not tracking shit, and I'm not getting a fucking vaccine either. You can suck my dick. I'll be the last in line for that shit.
Yeah, I hear you, Pete. I'm not. Look, I do not trust modern medicine. Like I keep saying, they have an alternative motive, and and the experience I've had with them, although they seem concerned and wanting to help, I just don't trust them. I mean, I literally, I went to this doctor for years, the one who diagnosed me with this lung condition, who told me I was going to die from a cold 23 or 22 years ago, and I went to him for years, and then finally they passed medical marijuana in Washington State, and I took the form to him, after, taking whatever it was that he prescribed me, and I said, hey, I need you to sign this, and it will protect me from, having issues with the cops because I use cannabis. And he said, no, I can't do that. I said, okay, we're done here. After fucking years of me and he was like a young guy who rode a Harley, right? I mean, he's a fucking serious lung doctor, but, he's a young guy and he rode a Harley, and I'm like, hey, I need you to sign this, bro. And he's like, yeah, I can't do that. Okay, we're done here. And I never went back to him. Not a single time. And I went to him for years, man.
People don't. No one gives a fuck about that shit anymore, bro. You got to get yourself a new young doctor.
He was a young doctor. I'm telling you, he was a very young guy.
I don't know, man. Some people are just lame.
So what's the weather like where you're at, bud?
It's finally beautiful. Finally beautiful.
Nice.
I got some coconut oil being infused on the stove right now, and it's getting hot as fuck again. So I got the AC cranking. My fucking windows are fogging. The humidity in here is like 110%. There's literally water dripping off the windows. But let me tell you, this is gonna be a good batch when I'm done. I gotta go, Mike, because I gotta tend to my baby. I gotta make sure this shit comes out right. Well, it's been good talking to you. I'll call in tomorrow.
Okay, Pete. It's good to hear from you. I'm glad to hear from you. I'm glad everything. You're staying strong, and I look forward to talking to you soon. Okay.
Right in. I'll call you tomorrow when I'm wasted as fuck.
Okay.
Finger toasty. Please don't know.
See you, bud. See ya. That's our buddy Pete from Rhode Island. I don't want to play the video. I just wanted to know what the thing was. I don't even know what that's like. 4-minute video. I have no idea what's on it. I don't want to play that. It's
literally just some computer animated graphics. I just don't want to take people out of chat to watch this.
Okay, there's sound going out. I don't want to.
Alright, there's no sound going out because your desktop audio is off.
Okay.
That one's off. It's muted. There is no sound going out.
So they can't hear your voice right now. Is that right?
You can hear my voice through the speakers. They can barely hear my voice coming through your speakers. That's all. I'm only coming through yours. I'd have to click over here and go go hello. Then I'll turn it back off. So this is just like so I can talk to you through the monitor.
Mm.
But I was just showing you what it was. I don't want to direct people over to this video and detract from the show. But yeah, that's the All Your Base Are Belong to Us video.
Okay.
So I'll shut it off. Thanks for the call, Pete.
No, you should put that link in the chat, dude. Put the link in the chat. If people want to see it, let them see it.
And then everybody leaves the show and we lose viewers? No, we'll just wait and show it to them at the end of the show.
Okay. I don't think it jumps out. But whatever. I'm not worried about losing viewers. If you guys don't want to watch a fucking show, don't watch a fucking show. Okay? I don't give a fuck. I'm not here to fucking, like, make you do shit if you don't want to do it. Come on. I just thought that you might want to see this thing. No, I didn't. It was just this thought that I had that was in the middle of what Pete was saying, and I couldn't remember how the saying went, and I wanted to share it with Pete correctly and the rest of you. All your base are belong to us. I thought that was appropriate. I don't even remember what the fuck we were talking about now. Your bitch ass belong to us. That's where we're at. This is where we're at, people. If you must submit, if you don't submit, let's see, you can wait. Let's see, pages. Okay. Can you see this thing that's on the screen right here? I don't know what to do with it. Can you do whatever should be done with it?
It's because your cannabis might block COVID and the pages behind it from HuffPost are fucking up. There's nothing we can do to fix that unless you want to close them out.
Okay.
So if we don't...
No, I don't want to close them out. No, I don't want to close them out. Thank you. All right. So... let's play a video, and I'll warm the bong and get us a nice big dab ready. Let's see. Louisville police murder people again. No, there's the Louisville police are now going to begin wearing body cameras after apparently shooting a woman that was in her home where they went and I don't know if you guys know the story. It was some kind of a drug raid or something, and they were being like, they were at the wrong house, and they kicked open the door without announcing that they were police that were coming in, and they killed the lady who lived there. because her husband, boyfriend, whatever, shot at them, but he didn't know that they were police. He thought he was defending the home. They started shooting. They shot the lady that was sleeping. And now they're going to wear cameras when they go places. I feel so much safer.
Louisville Police Department is making some changes to the way it operates after officers shot and killed a woman reportedly asleep in her home. Investigators were serving a search warrant as part of a drug investigation. That warrant happened to be at Breonna Taylor's home. Officers fired into the home after they say someone shot at them. That person was Taylor's boyfriend. He says he shot at officers because they did not identify themselves before trying to enter the home. Louisville police will now require officers to wear body cams, and it is making stricter guidelines for its no-knock warrants. Taylor's family has filed a wrongful death lawsuit.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
But first tonight, Breaking, the FBI now says an armed attack on a naval air base in Texas this morning was terrorism. What appears to be the second Islamic radical attack targeting a U.S. military base in recent months. The suspect was killed, and one member of the security team that stopped him was injured. National security correspondent Jennifer Griffin is at the Pentagon with the breaking details tonight. Good evening, Jennifer.
Good evening, Brett. It's the second terrorist attack on a Navy base in the United States since December. This morning at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi in Texas, a car came speeding through a gate, which triggered vehicle barriers to deploy and stop the car. The driver then began shooting, injuring a security guard. That sailor was wearing a bulletproof vest and has since been released from the hospital. The suspect was reportedly an Arab man, a U.S. official tells Fox, and was shot and killed during the attack.
We have determined that the incident this morning at the Naval Air Station Corpus Christi is terrorism related. The scene is still being processed. We may have a potential second related person of interest at large in the community, but we would encourage the public to remain calm, and if you see something, say something.
Today's attack comes just months after a Saudi pilot in training went on a shooting rampage, killing 3 U.S. service members in Pensacola, Florida. On Monday, the FBI and Attorney General William Barr held a press conference to announce that the Saudi pilot who went on the shooting spree at the Naval Air Station in Pensacola had been in touch with an al-Qaeda leader in Yemen, which the FBI learned after cracking the encryption on the shooter's iPhone. The al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula leader in contact with the Saudi pilot was Abdullah al-Maliki. Fox News has since learned the al-Qaeda handler was killed in a U.S.-led operation. It is not clear if today's attack in Texas is linked. Sources tell Fox the shooter in Texas today had, quote, lots of ammunition, and it took about 5 hours to get the body because local authorities thought he might have been wearing a suicide belt and had to call the bomb squad. Brett?
FBI on the scene there. Jennifer Griffin live at the Pentagon. Jennifer, thank you. Breaking story at the top of the show was a shooting in the Naval Air Station in Corpus Christi, in which the FBI now says looks like Islamic radical terrorists, a shooter's body, in fact, couldn't get access to that body for 5 hours because they had a bomb squad that was brought in with robots to make sure the shooter was not wearing an explosive vest. We're told that that shooter had lots of ammo, according to one U.S. official, and this is the second Islamic radical attack on a U.S. military base in several months. Let's bring in our panel. Start there. Steve Hayes, editor of The Dispatch. Molly Hemingway, senior editor at The Federalist, and former Tennessee Congressman Harold Ford Jr., currently chairman of RxSaver. Steve, let me start with you. You know, these incidents remind us that we're never kind of out of the woods when it comes to the threat from that type of terrorism. It's interesting to see these 2 attacks in recent months.
Yeah, there's a lot to learn about the attack in Corpus Christi, of course, and I expect that we'll get more information, more details on who exactly the shooter was and whether he had ties to broader terrorist networks in the coming days. But you're right. I mean, I think the news of the past couple of days about the shooting in Pensacola with a terrorist named al-Shamrani and his ties to al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula does provide the reminder, exactly as you suggest, that al-Qaeda is not dead. I think we are nearing a point of complacency in this country about the threat from radical jihad terrorism, and it's not a good place to be. Al-Qaeda is still very active around the world. You could make an argument that in terms of pure numbers, Al-Qaeda rivals the strength that it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It continues to build networks. It operates in new places around the world. And it still has a strong presence in Afghanistan and Pakistan, despite what you hear from the U.S. government at times.
All right, let's turn now to the president's trip to Michigan.
All right, so I didn't quite get my tea heated up. There's my Boo Bear. Doesn't he look so beautiful? You're so beautiful, Boo Bear. It's the water's heating. It takes just a minute to do that. So, but I will go and get it momentarily. So. let's see. I don't know. I would really like to hear from some of you guys. If you want to talk, it's fine. If you don't, it's fine too. But I'd really like to hear from some of you guys. I'd like to know what what you're experiencing. I mean, I know that there's some people that are really afraid. And the thing that we've tried to talk about here a lot is not to be afraid, and that's something that we've talked about from the beginning of Mox News, before there was a Mox News. This is something I've been telling people a long time. You are the top of the food chain. You're not meant to walk around in constant fear. It's supposed to be a very momentary thing for you. That's why they want you wearing the mask, because the mask will make you afraid, will add to your worries. Every time you see someone wearing one, it makes you wonder, I wonder if that guy's sick. It's just an automatic response. And it makes you angry because you don't want to wear one, and then you'll be wearing one, and then other people won't be wearing one, and you'll be wearing one, and it'll make you angry because it makes you feel like they don't have to wear one. Why don't I? It's wearing a mask is meant to drive the fear endlessly. So, do what you need to do. I carry a mask with me. I put it on one time. I really don't want to put it on again. It doesn't work for me. So I will probably not put it on again, unless someone says you have to wear a mask, and then I'll put it on. You have to wear a mask. You're not the boss of me. No one put you in charge of me. Okay? I'm a sovereign entity. So we can talk about anything you like. Once again, numbers 805-669-6397. I'm going to play another video. I'm going to go get my tea heated up, and I will be right back. I expect to have a caller by then. Or else. Trump says he will not. By the way, Trump says he will not shut down. He will not put everyone into lock-in shelter-place orders again. Which I didn't think that he did that. I thought that he left it up to the states to do it. I could have sworn that's what I heard him say numerous times. Because other states, I believe there's a few states that actually didn't go into a shelter-in-place mode. But I am going to go ahead and play. Trump will not again order a close the United States again. So I didn't think he did it the first time.
Good evening, and it's great to have you with us here on a very busy Thursday night, and we will get to that attack at that naval base in Texas, the dam emergency, and storms on the move. But we're going to begin here with the major developments in the coronavirus here in the U.S. The head of the CDC making news when he said it is very likely there will be a second wave of the virus here in the U.S. and that he could not rule out a second lockdown. But the president late today refuting that, saying the country will not shut down again. And as this country nears the Memorial Day weekend, the toll now more than 94,000 lives lost here in the U.S. The president saying late today, if there is any second wave, whether it's an ember or a flame in his words, we are going to put it out. But we are not closing our country. And tonight, the new study that says the U.S. was slow to act and suggests 36,000 lives could have been saved. And all of this amid an update to guidance from the CDC that caused some confusion today. So here's what the CDC is saying tonight. And they said they have said this before, that COVID-19 spreads mainly through close contact from person to person. And while it may be possible that a person can get COVID by touching a surface or object that has the virus on it and then touching their own mouth, nose, or eyes, that's not thought to be the main way, that it's mainly through person to person, through respiratory droplets. And so we have a lot to get to tonight. We'll carefully guide you through it all, and Eva Pilgrim leads us off.
Tonight, the head of the CDC and the president talking about a response to a second wave. This, as Director Robert Redfield said, one is coming. He pointed to the southern hemisphere's cooling temperatures and spike in cases. The CDC director not ruling out a second lockdown, saying, I can't guarantee. What I can say is that we are committed to using the time that we have now to get this nation as over-prepared as possible. But just moments ago, the president said a second lockdown won't happen.
Whether it's an ember or a flame, we're going to put it out. But we're not closing our country.
The CDC updating their website, reminding people the virus does not spread as easily on surfaces as initially thought, saying, quote, the virus spreads easily between people, adding, touching surfaces or objects is not the main ways the virus spreads. With the entire country now easing restrictions, this image in Hoover, Alabama, nearly 400 students graduating, the stadium was not at full capacity. Masks were required to enter. Some took theirs off during the ceremony while social distancing. This is Alabama recording 676 new cases just in the last 24 hours, one of 7 states with increasing cases. In Texas, they held graduation in an 800-seat football stadium for just 7 students. But in Minnesota, they've banned large-scale graduations. Dr. Anthony Fauci warning against relaxing the rules too soon.
Now is not the time to tempt fate and pull back completely.
Tonight, a new study finding that if social distancing measures had gone into place 1 to 2 weeks earlier, it could have prevented 36,000 deaths. Columbia University saying 61% of cases may have been avoided if officials on all levels of government had done more.
We may lose 100,000 people in this country to COVID. If this country knew more and knew it earlier, I think we could have saved many, many more lives.
President Trump responding today.
I was so early. I was earlier than anybody thought. I put a ban on people coming in from China. Everybody fought me on that. They didn't want it.
The president railing against Columbia University, saying it's a liberal institution, calling the study a political hit job.
Eva Pilgrim with us live tonight. And Eva, you reported here on antibody tests last night. So many problems with many of them. And tonight there's also late news on this, that some of these antibody tests are now being pointed out by the FDA. The FDA moving to shine a light on tests that they actually see as problematic, putting them on a list on their website.
That's right, David. They've identified 27 of them that they say don't meet their criteria, either because they didn't submit the right paperwork or because they pose, quote, a significant problem. The FDA says they do not expect those tests will be distributed. David.
All right, 27 tests, though, pointed out by the federal government tonight to watch out for. Eva, thank you.
All right, I got another dab ready. I'm pretty good right now. I really don't need another dab, but I'm ready when you guys are. So if you're ready, let me know. Until then, this is a call-in show. The number is 805-669-6397. It's right there at the bottom of the screen. 805 Mox News. Feel free to call at any time. We can discuss anything you like. All I can think about, all I want to think about is growing weed. I just want to grow weed. I just want to grow weed, man. I wish I could find a woman who just wants to grow weed with me and just spend, the next 20 years growing weed. That's what I want. I just want to grow weed. Just want to grow weed. That's all I want to do. Just want to grow weed. Is there a problem with that? I just want to grow fucking weed. Okay? That's what I want to do. Why would there be a problem with that? For growing flowers, what's the problem? What's the problem, buddy? Growing flowers, man. Oh, my flowers stink, do they? Well, your car stinks. So there. I just want to grow flowers. So, anyways, if there's a lady out there that wants to grow flowers, wants to spend the next 20 years with me growing flowers, that would be a find. But otherwise, I got to figure out how to make this happen. I got to move forward. I have so many genetics that I want to explore so badly. And I have everything I need to do it. I have fucking 7 bags of dirt. I have to, it's like I want to stop everything else and I just want to focus on growing flowers for like the next 6 months, right? I see these people, these like celebrities, you know, and they're all like, "Oh, goodbye, Twitter." I don't know. I saw a news story today. I don't see the celebrities. I'm not a celebrity hound. I don't really care what celebrities have to say or what they're doing, unless of course they're speaking out against Israel, which they never do. So what's the point? But I saw these celebrities and they're all saying, "Oh, goodbye social media, goodbye Facebook, goodbye YouTube." Actually, I didn't see anybody say goodbye YouTube. They say goodbye to Twitter and Facebook and whatever else is out there. I don't know. And I was like, you know, and it was a news story, I believe, that I was watching, and somehow the story was saying that these people were saying they were going to let the news be the driver of discussion, and that they didn't want to be part of the news discussion, the COVID-19 discussion, or they didn't specifically say COVID-19 or coronavirus or plague or anything like that, but they were like somehow like, "Oh, we're going to let the professionals handle the discussion time. You know, the adults handle the important talk now." And which, you know, they're not doctors, and I can understand that. You don't want to be giving medical advice if you're not a doctor. Hello, caller.
Hey, what's up, Moxie?
I am good. What's up with you?
Oh, nothing much. I gotta tell everybody, I gotta let everybody know, I ate at a restaurant last night and tonight and had a beer.
Oh my God! And you're still alive, and you're here to talk about it?
Yeah, can you believe that? I mean, it was crazy. I didn't even wear a mask or gloves, and I didn't.
You are so evil. What state is that in?
It's in Oregon. I'm not going to say the location because I respect my local businesses.
Is there a lockdown in Oregon?
In Portland, there still is. We had a weird thing happen last week with our governor. There was a judge down in Baker County who filed an injunction against Kate Brown's executive order to have a lockdown, which expired like 30 days ago because under the Oregon Constitution, during a medical health crisis, the governor can only order a lockdown for 28 days. So that's well been passed. So he filed that injunction. So Kate Brown went and had her lawyers go and file an emergency, whatever they call it, with the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court held up for executive orders. So it's kind of like in this limbo state where my county, they just raised the middle finger to the Salem and they were like, "No, we're not following that order. We're our own, county out here. We can do what we want."
I like Oregon. Oregon seems like a great state.
Everywhere except for Portland and Eugene.
Well, Portland's good. They just have douchebag fucking politicians.
Right. Yeah, I lived there for 7 years in downtown Portland, and a friend of mine who helped me out with like real estate back in the day, he helped me buy a condo there, brand new, in 2007.
Yeah.
And he lives down in California, and he flew up to come check out my new place and check out Oregon. And he's just like, he made the comment, he's like, "Man, it's just so clean here. There's no trash. I don't even see any homeless. And I was like, oh, no, we have homeless. And so I walked him down to Burnside by the mission over there.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, okay. So, yeah, there's some homeless, kind of like how it is in L.A., but not quite as bad. And I was like, yeah, you know, we have some here and there, but it's really not that bad, you know. And I'm like, we got some tweakers around, I've noticed, but not too many. Some crackheads, and, you know, there's far more heroin addicts, though, I noticed in Portland and in California, but maybe not now. Everything's changed.
I think the opiates are pretty chic these days. You know, they're in fashion.
Yeah.
In fashion.
So let's fast forward to 2014 when I moved out of there. He comes up in like I think it was April or May, and we go walking around downtown, you know, bar hopping and stuff, and he's like looks at me and he's like, dude, what happened? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, man, last time I came here, there was like no trash on the ground. There wasn't any homeless. You showed me that one spot. He's like, but now there's homeless everywhere. People begging for change. There's trash all over the place. He's like, dude. I'm like, I know, man. It's gotten worse and worse and worse. I don't have an answer.
I'll tell you what happened. I know what happened. You want me to tell you?
Sure, go for it.
They legalized marijuana.
Oh, come on.
That's what happened, man. And everybody went, oh, I'm going to I'm going to go be part of the green rush. And then they all go and get fucking strung out on whatever. And, you know, I mean, if you don't think thousands and thousands of people are flocking to Washington State because they legalized marijuana, I guarantee you they are.
That's an interesting point. I never even considered that, but you got a damn good point there, bro.
Yeah, because I mean, it was like we were the first, you know. We were way ahead of California. So, you know, they go, oh, I gotta go there, and you know, it's the promised land now, you know. And I don't know. I've had really good experiences in Portland, but I don't care for Portland in particular. I like the Oregon coast a lot. I need water. I need lots of water. That's why I like Washington so much.
Yeah, I'm right by the Columbia, so I can like walk down there, go to the Columbia, hang out. It's cool. So I'm a water guy too. I really like to like bodyboard and surf and stuff, but not out here. The water's too cold. It's just too damn cold, man.
Yeah.
So whenever I go travel, that's when I get my surfing in. I just did we spoke before. I told you about my crazy trip where I took off for 2.5 months.
Oh yeah, that sounded awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I got a lot of surfing done in the Canary Islands. I went to Tenerife, which is where Christopher Columbus set sail for the Americas from. And then I went to Gran Canaria, and I went to Fuerteventura. And I got to tell you, I have never seen waves that big in my life. I went down to the north shore of Tenerife my second day there. I rented a car.
Is that Africa? Is that Africa or?
Yeah, off the west coast of Africa, like
yeah.
off of
Africa. I understand they have the biggest waves ever, for sure.
It was insane. I walked down to this cliff one day, and it was big from up on top of the cliff, and I'm like, you know, hesitant already. There's nobody in the water, so I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna go out. But I walked down there anyway, and I get down to the shore, and I realize these waves are like 30 to 35 feet tall. I'm like, holy crap, man. I'm not going out in that. I haven't bodyboarded in like 4 years. Are you kidding me? I'm not.
I hear there's sharks too. So.
I'm less concerned about sharks. I'm more concerned about hitting my head on a rock and dying.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I've been under the water before, you know, in a wave, and it's like you don't know if you're ever going to come back up or not.
Right. Yeah, I've been through the wash cycle thousands of times, and you learn to just relax and go with it. But at the same time, you know, you hit your head, that's it, dude. You get knocked out, and you're done. Like, you're gonna drown. There's nobody there to pull you up. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
So I had to make the call a few times where I got to the beach. The waves are perfect. All the conditions are right. The wind is right. The tide is right. The waves are breaking perfectly, and there's nobody. So I'm literally the only person standing on this beach. There's no one around for miles. My cell phone's got no signal. And I have these perfect waves that I know I'm capable of riding, but you can't. You know what I mean? It's too damn risky, right? It's not worth risking your life to catch a couple waves that only last, 10, 15 seconds. You know what I mean? So
Is it? Are you sure? When I lived in Maui, I lived with fucking surf Nazis, right? And there was not waves a lot in the West Shore Maui. There was not a lot of waves, but when they were there, that was like all that mattered, right? And and those guys, man, I'm telling you, if there was a wave, they were gonna ride it. So,
well, when I was 15 to say 28, 30, oh, I had done it. But I'm 42 now, and there's more consequences now when you get banged up. You know, you don't recover right away. So the other thing too, it's okay. I understand that mindset you're talking about with surfers, but if they've got, you know, if you're in Maui, it's like chances of you being the only one in the water is slim to none. And also, if you know the spot and you've surfed it, you know, 100 times, I would be more willing to go out by myself if I've done it 100 times. Where this is my first time, I don't know if there's like a funky spot you got to watch out for, where there's like some shallow rocks, or you know, if there's sea urchins out there, or if there's some kind of jellyfish in the water.
You ever surf California at all?
Yeah, I grew up down there. I grew up surfing like Seal Beach and Newport Beach, the Wedge.
I grew up in Morro Bay. You know where that is?
Yep. Yeah, I know where that's at.
Yeah. And I grew up with surfers and stuff, and those guys were, you know, it was they were a little different than the guys in Hawaii. I'll tell you, you know, that water was a lot colder, so you kind of had to really want to get in that water.
Yep. Yeah, I got banged up one day really bad in Playa de las Americas on Tenerife. It's on the southern part. Waves are a lot smaller, but they were still good size. I mean, the week I was there, it was like on any given day, anywhere from 6 to 15 foot. It was great. I even went out in the 15 footers and was having a blast one day, and I caught this really good wave. I drop in, bottom turn, come up, pull it to a 360, come back down, drop in, like do a big spray, and then I come around and I realized I looked to my left because I was going right, and so the wave's on my right-hand side. I look over to my left, and I'm like, oh, shit, there's a rock right there. And my leg fully clips it. I had a wetsuit on, but it only went down to my knees. And I didn't realize at the time how bad I cut my leg up. And then I had to fight for my life to get out of there. It took me like 5 minutes, and I finally get out, and I get out of the water. I'm just totally gassed. I look down at my leg, and it's just covered in blood. I'm like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
lifeguard there.
Yeah,
that was fun.
I've gotten cut a couple times, not by the bottom of the ocean or anything, but I'm walking down creek beds and stuff, you know, like that weren't like flowing. Like I just slipped on rocks a few times and gotten cut real bad. It seems like legs are susceptible to that sort of thing.
Yeah, it sucked. Luckily, they had a lifeguard right there. He cleaned me up with some hydrogen peroxide and put some iodine on it.
Pussy.
Yeah. You kidding me?
Yes.
They got parasites and fucking bacteria and all that stuff. You know?
Oh, dude, last time I fucking banged my knee, we were walking on a trail. I bloodied my knee really good. Craig should have got a picture of it. But I mean, I came home and I literally got the brush out, and because it was a gravel thing, and I fucking went down. I went down on the fucking gravel trail with like all my weight on my knee because I stepped on a fucking loose rock and I was about to snap my ankle, so I pulled my fucking leg out keep me from snapping my ankle and went down on my knee, and I embedded a bunch of gravel in it. So I was like.
I still have some asphalt from Catalina Island in my elbow.
Oh yeah, from riding a bike or a motorcycle or something?
Yeah, we were riding bicycles, me and my buddy, and we were bombing down this hill.
Yeah.
We come around this corner, and there's these 3 dudes taking pictures standing right in the middle of the lane. And, you know, he went one way, I went the other way, and I just started tumbling. Boom, 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 and I cut up both my elbows and cut both my knees. And luckily, I had taken the helmet that they gave me and put it in my backpack. It saved my back from getting all road rashed up.
Nice, yeah. Good. Did you get more road rash or just
I got less because of that. Like, it saved my back.
I mean, but you had to. I mean, actual like road rash where you gotta like scrub it with the brush and shit.
Yeah, my knees. I was able to get all the little rocks out but on the elbows, like, it's hard to see, so I didn't know that there was still a bunch of stuff in there. Then, like, after it healed up, and I looked, I'm like, oh shit, there's gravel in there. Still there. This is 24 years later. It's still there.
That's cool. Good story.
See, I don't get tattoos. I get scars.
Yeah, well, you know, we gotta do what we gotta do. And
like, I'm not against tattoos or nothing. I don't like needles, and I freaked out by them, so I don't get tattoos.
I lived with a tattoo artist in Maui, and she only wanted to tattoo one thing on me. She wanted to tattoo instigator across my bicep. She said that way when the cops came, she could tell it's the guy with the instigator tattoo. Because I guess I instigated a lot of shit. I just looking for some fun, baby.
Hell yeah. Ugh. Yeah, so I'm so glad that out here, you know, where I'm living, the people are not being so sheeple-like. You know, you can spot the sheeple. It's easy now. They have a mask on. You know, and I'd say about 75% of people out here aren't wearing a mask. It's interesting, you know. But
you know, it seems like to me here is kind of a wave thing. Like if you go to this grocery store during, like, say the daytime hours, say before 4 p.m. or something, that just like a lot of people are wearing masks. But like after that, if you go like after 7 p.m. or 8 p.m., like nobody's wearing masks.
At my work, it's a different story because they're not requiring us to wear a mask unless you have to do a task with another person that, you know, can't social distance. So there's a lot of tasks where we have to, you know, it's a two-man job, and you're standing right next to each other with your head in the equipment. So how do you avoid that? You know what I mean?
Better safe than sorry. I mean, better safe than sorry is a good rule. You know, I'm not. Yeah. Look, I think that masks are a little bit dangerous. I really think that the powers that be are these mandatory orders of the mask are like kind of, you know, in order to spread the fear, you know, keep the fear alive, right. You know.
Yeah. It's all about fear. That's what all this is about.
Yeah, and I think that they're dangerous. I think a lot of people are going to get sick from wearing the mask, you know, for too long and improperly in other ways. So and that's really unfortunate because, you know, they'll be immediately diagnosed as COVID-19, you know,
right. Yep.
Some kind of lung issue.
So I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I haven't been able to train this whole time. So my gym is finally opening up on June 1st, but under the weirdest restrictions, okay? So we are only allowed to train 1 hour twice a week, and we have to be paired up with somebody, and we can only roll with that person, and then we have to wear a mask while we're rolling and using our own hand sanitizer. So, right? Someone's going to pass the fuck out from this. I guarantee it. It's like,
oh, my God. These people...
It's jiu-jitsu. We're touching each other. We're going to be smearing body parts all over people. Friggin', you know, you're going to get snot on your hand and from somebody else. I mean, it happens, dude. Like, you're going to choke somebody, and sometimes you get eye juice on you. You know, it's part of the sport.
People don't get what it means, you know, to fucking actually do contact, you know, martial arts.
And this is the state orders, right? So this is what the state's requiring them to open back up. And then there's going to be a half hour between each class so that they can sanitize the mats. And then, so I've already got my rolling partner, so now I'm gay, I guess. I don't know, whatever. He's like 6'2", he's 185 pounds. He's a stud.
Well, I think, you know, that's good that you have somebody. I'm glad you have someone in your life. That sounds awesome. I'm glad that you're able to, it sounds like you've been missing being able to go there. I think these fucking rules are idiotic. I think that But it's admirable of the businesses to kind of want to not break the rules, but I think that just shows the kind of police state that we've been living in since before this shit happened, because everybody's just been conditioned to fucking do what they say, and I'm telling you, my life has not changed in any way except for that I don't go to the grocery store as much. That's the only, and my roommate is here more. That's about it. That's the only things that change.
Yeah, the big thing for me has changed is I can't go train at the gym. If I know anything though about my instructor, he's gonna basically say these are the rules. We're gonna abide by them. And then as soon as class starts and we start sparring with each other, those masks are coming off. Like
The masks don't make sense. The masks are there to. Craig had an article the other day. I don't think I have it pulled up anymore, but he had one that was saying that the masks are there to make you afraid, to make you angry. Because you see you're being a responsible person, and you see other people not wearing them, and that makes you angry, to make you sick. They're going to make people sick, and that's what I'm most concerned about, because they're afraid, they're angry already, whatever. But I don't want them to be getting sick in the time of plague. You know what I mean? Because they were told to do something stupid. I fucking hate that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And the other one too with the mask, you're depriving yourself of oxygen, and you need oxygen to keep your immune system functioning, and it's rather essential that you're able to breathe, And I don't know. I have one coworker who has drank all the Kool-Aid. He's like a super pro-vaxxer, and he told me the other day, well, I've gotten all my vaccines, so there's probably no chance that I'm going to get it. Meanwhile,
that is so funny, dude. Wow.
So I told him that's not how vaccines work. And he's like, yes, they are. If you get your vaccine, you're not going to get sick. And I'm like, there's no vaccine for this particular bug right now, bro. Well, as soon as it comes out, I'm going to get it. And I'm like, go ahead, step right in line. And then he's like, what, you're not going to get it? And he's like, you're going to put everybody else at risk by not getting it. I was like, that, again, is not how it works. If you get it, you're safe.
If you get your vaccine,
I'm taking the risk.
If you get your vaccine, you're not going to get it, right? Yeah, isn't that the whole idea?
But then I told him, I was like, look, dude, it's my body, my choice.
Right.
You should have seen the look on his face. Well, actually, I couldn't because he had a stupid mask on, but I could tell by his eyes.
Yeah.
Like, cognitive dissonance, just like that, and he's just like, I gotta get back to work.
No doubt, dude. I named one of the shows that the other day. It was called "What Happened to My Body, My Choice" in quotes.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I've gotten vaccines. I got the yellow fever one before I went to the jungle because it makes sense. That shit's been around for a long ass time. People know that it works. It's been proven. So duh. Like, don't put yourself at an unnecessary risk. You know what? Like, I got the jab.
What's been proven? What's been proven?
Yellow fever.
Oh, what about the yellow fever? I don't understand.
So the yellow fever, the vaccine works.
Oh, okay. Okay, I hear you.
It's been around for a long time, right?
Okay.
And you look at the side effect chain and stuff, and it kind of goes along with most things. I did not see Guillain-Barré in there from my recollection. And there was a couple other things, and then there was multiple different yellow fever vaccines that you can get, and I did my research, and I went into the place, and I asked specifically for this one, and they provided me that one that I requested. It still felt like somebody took a freaking, kicked me in my arm. It was painful, man, I gotta say. And then there was about 2 days, I felt a little weird, but then I was fine after that. So I'm always cautious with, vaccines. Like, I've gotten my tetanus shots and stuff like that. I grew up, I got my MMR and all that stuff. And my mom actually has a journal from when I was a baby, and she showed it to me a few years back. And after they gave me the DTaP shot, I swelled up. I got 105-degree fever for like a day. She rushed me to the hospital. They monitored me for 24 hours, and then my fever came down, and then they released me from the hospital. And I was like, huh, interesting. And it was immediately following that shot.
I long before this COVID-19 thing hit, I've been telling people that the only way I'm going to the doctor is strapped to a board, because I mean, like I said, they told me 22, 23 years ago that I'm going to die from a cold, and I guess they were talking about this kind of shit, because I have this lung condition, and then I don't know if you heard me earlier, that same doctor, I went to him for years, and then they legalized medical marijuana, and I brought him a fucking script that said, that the legal fucking, here's the legal thing, here's the legal form, all you have to do is sign it, and I'm legally a medical marijuana patient. And he said, I'm not signing that. I was like, and that's after pumping me full of so much shit, dude. I was like, I'm out.
There's other doctors out there that will hook you up. I'm sure you found one.
Oh yeah, no, I've been a medical marijuana patient for 18 years now.
Oh wow, nice.
Well, it's important. It's important. I don't want to be harassed. I don't want to. It makes a huge difference. Look at humans are. How people like to say, "I was born this way." Okay, I have cannabinoid receptors that go all throughout my brain and my entire body. And if you don't know that, you should look it up. And cannabinoid, the quickest way to get cannabinoids is from cannabis. One of the only ways to get cannabinoids is from cannabis. When you're young, the body produces them on its own, but and I worry that a big part of the reason that there's this epidemic of dementia and epidemic of Alzheimer's is because the brain has cannabinoid receptors all over. I'm telling you, look this up, all throughout it. And I'm afraid that those cannabinoid receptors start to die when they're not fueled by cannabinoids. I think that's a big part of the reason. And also, if you look, you'll find that Israeli hospitals are having amazing results for people suffering from Alzheimer's and dementia by using with cannabis. So,
yeah, the Israeli they figured out the cannabinoids back in the 70s, I believe. So they've been studying this for a long time, and I remember I watched like a mini documentary on it where, in order for them to score the hash or the weed, they had to go buy it illegally and then sneak it into their labs. Even though they had permission to work on it, there was like this weird loophole where they couldn't actually obtain it legally, so they had to go out and just buy it off the street. And then they started isolating the different cannabinoids way back then. And now, I mean, like I take CBD every morning. I take one dropper full of it, and that seems to, keep me relaxed, keep my muscles in check. Anytime, like I have like a sore neck, any muscle aches or pains, I have some cream, you just rub that right on, and within seconds the pain is gone.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. So I also was watching something a while back. Don't remember where I saw this, but you think about back in, like, say, up until the Prohibition, and then when they made marijuana illegal after Prohibition, before that, hemp was normally grown all over the country, not marijuana, but hemp for industrial uses, for rope and clothes and all that type of stuff. And it was also fed to the farm animals as, the leftover scraps were fed to pigs, they were fed to cows and stuff, and, the seeds were fed to chickens. So you had the CBD naturally in the meat that, people were consuming. So they were getting it, people that didn't ingest it intentionally were still getting it through the meats that they ate.
Awesome. I didn't even ever think of that. That's brilliant. Go ahead.
Right. So now we haven't had that in our feed for the last, 70 years or so, or 80 years even. And cancer rates have spiked and all kinds of other illnesses. So it makes sense to me that now, I'm curious to see what happens in the next 20 years with cancer rates, now that CBD is something that's normal. I got my Mormon aunt who's like super Mormon, She's using it every day now. And she got my mom to start using it. And the only one we can't convince is my 90-year-old grandpa, who really needs it for his arthritis, but he just won't touch it because he's super hardcore Mormon, and that's a drug, and it's the evil demon. He just ain't gonna touch it. So.
Well, man has got to have priorities. If he wants to live his life in pain, loving whoever, Jesus, do they love Jesus?
Yeah, but they also love Joseph Smith, so Jesus, they're still Christian at the end of the day, but they're not like your classic, they're cult Christians.
They're all cult. All the religions are fucking cults.
Yeah.
Dude.
Oh, have you got Netflix?
Yes.
Did you watch Waco yet?
Nuh-uh. I've heard a couple of people talk about it though.
Really, really, really good. Brought me to tears at the end, so definitely worth the watch. It's a hard watch, I gotta admit. There's a lot of things that
Is it a dramatization or is it a documentary?
It's a dramatization. Yeah. And it's interesting because they go there. They don't pull the punches. I thought they were going to do a softball, lob, and just show how it was all evil David Koresh and the FBI did nothing wrong. No, that's far from the case. I was wrong. I had a bad, it was my assumption. But they show, the bad stuff that the FBI and the ATF were up to, and it also shows the dark side of the Waco stuff. So it's not like they're doing anybody any favors. I thought they did a very fair representation of what happened.
Matt, interesting. That does sound pretty good.
So they based the stories off of one of the FBI negotiators who was not happy with the way the FBI was handling it, and he was the guy who was talking to David Koresh every day, and he wrote a book about the whole thing. And then one of the other survivors who escaped when they were burning the place down, he got out of there. He wrote his recollection of what happened from inside. So you have these two different perspectives, and I thought it was a very fair coverage of the event. And it didn't come across to me as having like a political agenda like so much crap on Netflix does. So it's worth the watch, people. Check it out, and be prepared for a very real, it hit me, man. It hit me, bro. I had to cry. It just, the tears just started going.
It's a pretty rough story.
It is. Oh, because you know how it ends, right? We all know how it ends.
Yeah.
It's coming up to that point, and they just
scorched earth. Ends with scorched earth.
Yeah, and the kid that wrote the story from escape, the guy that escaped, he was trying to save all those children, but as he was doing it, a tank came in with that CS gas, punctured through the wall, and then knocked down something. It blocked the door to the vault where all the women and children were at, and they couldn't escape. So they murdered him. I don't know how those FBI agents aren't being swung from lampposts right now. 20 years ago, I mean, they should have hung for what they did.
The FBI has never had a bad shooting. You know that? They've never shot someone and it turned out after it was investigated that they were in the wrong.
Yeah. Oh, at the very end, it's not really a spoiler alert, but it shows this talk show host that was very integral part of the whole Waco experience, where he was covering the events from a more objective point of view, not the mainstream media part, because he's an independent freaking talk show host. And he went through the history of the FBI's, misdeeds throughout the years. I mean, it went all the way back from the 60s, where they would use tear gas, then a fire would start, and then everybody would die. And this happened in the 60s, the 90s.
They have two different kinds of tear gas. One of them is highly flammable, and the other one is not. And they know it's not like an accident when they use the one that's highly flammable.
Yeah, the CS gas that they used. Yeah, they killed those people, man. And despite the weirdness of the Waco people and the Davidians, there was some weirdness going on there, and there was some, underage sex going on between Koresh and some of the people that were there and his whole harem. And I don't agree with all that stuff, but I don't think that it deserved killing, 76 people, 25 of which were children. It doesn't warrant that. You know what I mean? He He was not a good dude, I don't think. But at the end of the day, did they all deserve to die? No.
No, they didn't. And it doesn't seem like it had to be that way at all. And this is the problem with the police state. Is the police state does everything like fucking Hulk, you know, from the Avengers, you know? I mean, it's like Hulk smash. I mean, because they can't, because, you know, I see the local police departments doing this horrible thing where they have a suspect surrounded, and then instead of just waiting for the suspect to, you know, okay, I give up, you know, they always have to fucking go to, you know, draw fire. It's like, oh, we can't fucking sit here all goddamn night, you know. Well, maybe you can, you know, and maybe the fucking person will stop being crazy 5 more hours from now if you just fucking take a breath. You know, but these people are like, no, you comply or die, you know, and it's not the way it's supposed to be in the land of the free, you know.
Yeah, you give these power-hungry type people, you know, a little bit of power and it just goes to their head and they run with it. So, for example, right now I have a new boss that I got last year. She was 20 years in the Navy as a senior chief petty officer and put right into charge over my group. So what does she do? She decides that since I'm the, you know, ipso facto team leader because I'm the most trained and qualified and most experienced there and everybody looks up to me, she's going to take me out, right? She's going to show everybody else how much power she has by taking me out. So I had to do all kinds of damage control after we had this one little incident where she was like, who's AC? And I was like, that's me. And she's like, well, where's Robert? And I was like, I don't know. I got to work on this. We got a water leak. I got to figure this out. We got product in the tool that's at risk. I got to take care of this like right now. Well, I need to know where Robert's at now. And I was like, I don't know. She's like, well, where's the break schedule? And I was like, it was causing conflict, so I threw it away. And she said that I yelled at her. And she ran off after that, and then she calls me into this meeting and is like saying, you yelled at me. And I said, look, I can give you an example of me yelling, but that's not professional, and I'm not going to go there. I did not yell at you, and I did not raise my voice. If you think I raised my voice at you, it's because we work in a loud factory where there's lots of equipment going on, and so in order to communicate properly, we have to speak loudly in here. So if you think that I'm yelling, that's your misinterpretation. You've only been here for a couple months, and she just starts going, you know, and I'm like, whoa. And I started to laugh at her. And that, to the power hungry, when you laugh at them, that drives them crazy. That's like one of your best defenses against a micro tyrant like that. Laugh at them. And so there was another manager in the room during this whole thing.
I always laugh at petty tyrants, man. Always, I'm telling you.
Especially to their face. That's the best. To me, that's the best, because then you get to see their reaction. You know, and the other manager just says, okay, I think we're done here. Then I get called into another meeting with my old boss and her, and they're passing me over, and she brings that incident up. This was like 3 months later. And I was like, wow, you're still like dwelling on that? That was 3 months ago. I thought we were past that. I was like, you know, you had the same kind of management style that led to a girl going home and blowing her fucking brains out a couple years ago. And she's like, like she couldn't talk after that. So I get a call from HR after that, like, are you talking about killing yourself, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no. I was like, I wanted her to hear the story about how a young girl was being disciplined by an ex-naval officer who disciplined her so hard that she went home and took a gun and put it in her mouth and blew her freaking brains out. And she's like, oh. And I was like, I knew her. I was friends with her. So don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I want her to understand that when you discipline people unfairly and unjustly and treat people like they're garbage, that it affects them. And I have a strong enough constitution that I'm not going to go home and blow my brains out. I just want her to understand that that's happened here. All right? And I don't want it to happen again. I don't want to hear about one of my other coworkers going home and blowing their brains out because she was being a bitch.
Yeah.
You know?
I've always been like, well, for a long time I was a fine dining waiter, and I went to work for these Asian people, Chinese people, and the wife was like the hostess and the husband was the chef, and it was like this Italian restaurant. But they were Asian, right? But the chef was brilliant. He would go to Italy twice a year and rent a car and just drive around and wait till he smelled something that he wanted, and then he'd track it down, and he'd like force the chef to fucking teach him how to cook it. So I don't go home and butcher it, man. But he was brilliant. He's a brilliant chef. All Italian wine list, real nice. But they would yell at me constantly, right? I mean, I would go home at night, and I would like my teeth, my jaw would just be like when I would sleep, I would like my teeth would just just clench, and finally I was like. I just, they were yelling. It was just me in the restaurant and them, and both of them were yelling at me. And I said, "Look, just because you signed my paycheck does not give you the right to yell at me." And my mom kept telling me, they're Asians. It's probably just the way they communicate, and we were very busy at the time, and the wife, they had an apartment right behind the restaurant, right? And the wife immediately broke into tears and went running into the apartment. And the husband just shook his head and went back to start fucking cooking, plates. And I was like, And that was the last time they ever yelled at me. Or anybody else, I'm pretty sure, that was waiting for them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, once you, hold the mirror up to them, it's kind of hard for them to really continue along with that behavior. You've called them out on it.
You're making this impossible. We'll get through it if you would just stop making it more difficult. Nobody can stand being yelled at. So, I called them out on it. They stopped, and they always treated me really, really, really well after that. They would take me out to dinner and lunch and stuff, and I did nothing but fuck with them after that. I had nothing but fuck with them, man.
Well, the good news is, though, so this is all before I went on that big trip. And a month before I went on that big trip, they sent her over to a different shift to go work and manage that team. And I warned them. I said, "Hey, guys, watch out. This is what's up." And they were like, "Oh, thanks, man." So come to find out, just last week, one of those guys on that shift is working with me this last couple weeks, and he told me that that the senior tech over there, so she went after him too, and he's about to retire, so he don't give a shit. And he looked at her and he was just like, "Listen, I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing what you're telling me. That's fucking stupid. Go ahead and fucking fire me." So then the feedback gets back to her boss. And I don't know what happened, but I guarantee they put her down in a room and they have that big humble pie. And they're like, "Here's this thing called humble pie. You're going to eat it, all of it, and you're going to do exactly what we tell you to, or else you're fired. You understand?" And so when I come back from my sabbatical, all of a sudden she's super nice to me. "Oh, hey, I'm so glad you're back," because she realized during that 2.5 months that I was gone how much I contributed to that team. By my absence, she realized,
yeah,
hey, wait a second, maybe I picked the wrong guy to fuck with. So now she treats me so nice, never gives me shit. Like, "Hey, how's it going? How was your day? All right, okay, bye." Never tells me to do anything. Yeah. It's great. I love it.
Because you do your job. You don't need to be told to do shit, man. I know my job. I'm doing it. Don't act like you're the boss of me.
Yeah, I've been the ace there for now almost 11 years. And, how are you going to tell me that, what to do when you don't even know what you're doing? Sorry, it doesn't work like that. You should come to me and ask, "What do I need?" Right?
Yeah, you know what? You should come to me with respect, regardless of whatever it is you're coming to me with, number one.
Yeah. Oh, I was told by my old boss that I'm intimidating to her. And I need to, not be so intimidating. I said, "She's not being inclusive. I'm supposed to change who I am because she's scared. That's not how this works." I'm like, "Now you're telling me that you don't respect my diversity. You know? Oh, I'm intimidating because
I know, dude. I know exactly what you're talking about. See, I have this like caveman sexuality where I'm all like hands and stuff, you know? And it's like, oh, my sexuality's not okay. But, you know, anybody else can do whatever they want and fuck it, whatever.
I just looked in the comments. I like this. Pete says, "Lol, this mofo sounds like me."
Yeah, Pete said something like that.
Like you, bro.
He got told to take a couple days off the other day because he told the people that were pushing his buttons to back the fuck up, because if he fucking steps away, this shit's gonna be set back way the fuck back, and he should just back, and they better just back the fuck up. And then his company told him to take a couple days off. And then they kissed his ass when he came back to work.
Do it. You know, I like the term micro tyrants, because these people, they're not high enough up in the food chain to actually be real tyrants. So they're little micro tyrants.
I'm sorry, I forgot what your name is, bro. Alan. I always refer to them as petty tyrants, but that's actually usually people with a little bit more power, like, you know, generally it would be like city council members and shit like that I refer to as petty tyrants, because they have this little bit of power, you know, and somehow it makes them crazy, you know?
Yeah, it's interesting, because I don't have that in me. Like, I look at, like, okay, so I'm the most experienced guy on my team, right? I can let that, like, go to my head and be a dick and treat people like shit, but really, I got to understand that everybody on my team is in a different phase of their experience, you know? So I've been through all those phases with these people, so I can empathize with where they're at. So when they come to me with a question, even if it's like a day one question, I don't get mad that they don't know it. I'm like, all right, let's go check it out. And then I walk them through it, and they're like, oh, cool, thanks. I never give my team shit for not knowing something, because we have so much stuff that we're responsible for that, you know, I forget stuff all the time. And I've been there 11 years. And so when they come to me, I'm approachable. That's the one thing I want to make it. I want to make it so that you can come to me with anything, and I'm not going to freak out. The guy we had before me, who was in my position then, he would freak out at everything. And he made everything so tense and uncomfortable to be there that I made a vow to myself that when he's gone, because I know he's not going to last forever, not acting the way he was, that I am not going to treat my team like this, and I want to create a whole different atmosphere here. And he was a total bully. And within my first 2 weeks of working with this team, because I went from one shift to another, so I had to, like, you know, go through the whole phase of dealing with a whole new team, you know, whatever. But he knew that I was on his level. And basically, like, you know, it's only a matter of time until I take over as team leader and he's shoved out or fired because of the way he acts and stuff. And he came at me one day, like, you know, trying to bully me. And I turned and I looked at him. I was like, look, shut the fuck up. I'm in the middle of fucking doing something right here. You need to fucking respect that. What I'm doing is super fucking complicated. When you see me in a contorted position trying to fucking take a goddamn screw out that's underneath this fucking panel underneath this, next to that fucking circuit board, you should fucking respect that, because you know how this shit works, dude. Fuck you. Back the fuck off of me. Don't ever do that shit again. And he's like, oh, hey, no, buddy, you're taking it all wrong. I'm like, shut the fuck up, go away. And he never fucked me again after that. Nobody stands up to him. That's the problem. And I noticed that on my team. And then I'd see him bully other people, and I'd go over to those people, and I'm like, what did he just say to you? And they're like, oh, this and that, this and that. It's no big deal, it's no big deal. I'm like, no, that's fucked. Yeah. I'm going to go say something. I'd walk over to him like, hey, what the fuck was all that about? Oh, you know, it's no big deal. I'm like, no, it's a fucking huge deal, because now that motherfucker's going to go home and probably not be able to sleep. Then he's going to be tired when he comes in tomorrow and probably fuck something else up, and then you're going to fucking yell at him again. Like, that's not fucking cool, dude. Stop that shit. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry you see it that way. I'm like, no. That's exactly what the fuck just happened, bro. Chill the fuck out. So he went through this whole thing trying to get free money, basically, for not working by saying he was injured. Huh. And he went to the doctor, and I found this out all later, right? So during the time that it happened, I was like, you know, I was sympathetic because, you know, hey, I fucked myself up a bunch of times. I know how it goes. You got to get laid up for 6 months. It's healing, doing physical therapy.
You know, you can. This is actually a very fragile little vessel we have.
Yes, he was a pathological liar too. On top of that, really just an all around just shitty person. Really. Anyway, 6 months goes by. Turns out he didn't ever injure his leg. He was trying to game the system. They denied his claim for 6 months. And then he comes back onto the floor, and he's going, well, it turns out my doctor says it wasn't my leg all along. It's that my brain is bad. And I had to bite my fucking tongue. Like, no shit, your fucking brain's bad, you stupid shit.
Duh.
So later on that day, we got this new guy, and he made a little mistake. I made the mistake. I know that guy's made the mistake. Everybody's made the mistake. It's easy to do, and it's fixable, right? You can fix it. Takes 30 minutes. Done. You know, big deal.
People make mistakes. People make mistakes, man. It happens.
So I wasn't there, and this is why he did this, because I wasn't there. And he screams at everybody, everybody, we need equality, stand down now. Steven's making stupid decisions and sending stuff down the line that's not qualified. Everybody come over here and look at this, right?
Wow.
So, screams at the top of his lungs at everybody. You know, this is like a, professional company. We don't do that shit,
Yeah, I hear you. It's not, look, it's not appropriate behavior for anyone that's not fucking suffering some kind of a mental breakdown,
Or you're in the oil fields. That's how they work in the oil fields.
Like I said, it's like, I don't know, maybe that's the way they do it in Chinese restaurants too, but you don't fucking yell at me, man. It's just
especially over a minor quality miss, like something that didn't cause any scrap.
You're just not helping, motherfucker. You're just not helping. Stop.
Yeah. So Steven goes to his company, because he doesn't work for our company. He's a contractor, and makes a complaint. Says, I'm going to quit. I can't work with this guy. And they're like, no, don't quit. We'll move you to a different area. So they move him to another part of my factory, so he doesn't have to work with that guy anymore. In the meantime, though, he screamed over somebody else that was a contractor that had nothing to do with my team, but just happened to be there. And that guy made a complaint to his contract company, which was a different company. So he got 2 complaints filed for the one incident, right? Since he, had the guy leave our area, they had somebody from another shift come in to help us out since we were down a person. So this person comes in the next week, and same dude yells at her for something that I made the call on. I made a bad call. Hey, it happens. And he blamed her and then started berating her. She comes up to me, and she's shaking. And I'm like, whoa. Okay, calm down. Relax. You know what? Go take a break. Think about it. And if you need to file a claim with HR, I'm not going to stop you and not tell you no. I was like hoping she would.
Yeah.
She did. And it took like 2 months, and then they came to him and gave him 2 written warnings, and basically said, these are permanent written warnings because you created a hostile work environment on multiple occasions. This is not our first complaint about you, or second or third. And basically, you have 1 year to work through this, but we doubt you'll make it. So you can work the next year, and when the review comes around next year, we're probably going to let you go. And so he had the option basically at that point to keep working. So he did for like 2 more months while he got his affairs all together. And then he comes up to me one day, and he's like, Billy, what do you need me to do? This is like right at the beginning of shift, right? And I'm trying to read through our pass down and stuff and figure out, okay, what are my priorities? I've also got a recovery. I'm trying to fix this thing behind me, and it's not rocket science, but you gotta concentrate, right? So he comes up and he's just like in my ear, and I'm like, bro, give me a sec, dude. What the fuck, man? Like, chill out. And so he just keeps going on. Well, I mean, there's this going on, there's that going on, there's this going on. I'm like, yeah, it'll get done, but let me like finish this first. Like, dude, chill. And then he like keeps going at me, just I don't even know what the fuck he said at this point. I just finally turned and looked at him, and I was like, you know what, dude? Fuck you. Don't ever fucking come near me ever again. Don't even fucking talk to me. Dude, I don't even want to fucking say goodbye to you. Just fucking leave, get out of my existence, and don't fucking touch me. Motherfucker starts crying and turns around and runs out of the fucking factory. Luckily, I didn't do it at the top of my voice. I did it very calm and right in his face so nobody else could hear it. So what's he gonna go to HR and be like, he said mean words to me, and I'll be like, no, I didn't. He's tripping.
That guy sounded broken and probably on the wrong kind of medication.
A massive alcoholic.
Oh, see, that just pickles your brain. Some people don't even understand that it causes like an allergic reaction inside some people's brain. You know, it's like they're just not there. They just don't function after 2 drinks or whatever.
Yeah, he was a wino. He loved his wine.
So I had an experience like something like that with one of the neighbors. I was walking home, right, and it was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't know. Me and Rufus were coming back from the weed store, right, and we had like a little bag of weed, and I was like, hey, everything goes better with the bag of weed, you know, and it's a beautiful day, and we're walking along, and Rufus stopped to piss on this plant, and one of the neighbors is down at the end of the driveway, like close to his house. And I as Rufus is pissing, I wave at him and I go, hi, beautiful day. And he goes, what's your fucking problem? And I go, come on, Boo Bear, let's go. And I start to walk away, and he comes running up his driveway towards me, right? And he says, don't you run away from me, you fat fucking faggot. And I'm like, whatever. Come on, Boo Bear. I'm like, we're moving at that time. I'm like, and he's wanting to keep stopping, but I'm like, keep moving, buddy. Let's go. And so we're walking away from him, and he goes, I will fucking kill you. And at that point, I stopped dead in my tracks, right? And he says, don't you walk away from me, you fat fucking faggot. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I will fucking kill you. And I just stop, right? And I turn around and I say, you are going to kill me. Is that right? And he stopped and he started backing up. And I just fucking walked away. But, it was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And later we found out that he's like a lawyer or something, So I guess he thought that he's like a bully and he was going to fuck with somebody. And, I don't know. I was just like, it was, and it was the strangest thing is that he's a lawyer. So number one, he makes it a hate crime by calling me a faggot, right? And then, it's definitely assault when he tells me he's going to kill me. So it's a fucking, I don't know what's wrong with that guy, but he's not very fucking bright. You got to pick your battles, dude. The dog pissed. The dog pissed on a fucking plant, and the only reason the dog pissed on a plant was because 100 dogs before him in the last week had pissed on that same exact fucking plant.
That's what they do.
It's what they do. The reason that he pisses somewhere almost 99% of the time is because some other dog pissed there, and he wants to be, I don't know. It's like a message post or something. It's where they all leave their little fucking emojis.
Yeah, people are nuts, dude. I had a buddy down in
seriously, pick your battles, man. Pick your battles. It's like you're going to kill me. You have no idea who the fuck you're talking to. And, immediately, I did not take another fucking step. Just bam, stop, turn. What now? Because these people, I don't know, it's some kind of a road rage thing. And this is why I keep telling people not to get angry, because, anger's not going to help the situation. I didn't get angry. I just stopped and looked at him like, really? And that's very interesting. Many have tried. But you know what I'm saying? It's just we're already angry enough. You don't need to get angry. You don't need to be more angry. You just need to be yourself and know that you're you're good, man. It's like these people who think that they're somehow better than you, they're somehow the boss of you, just because maybe they're in a position of power over you, or because they have a degree that they think somehow they're like, oh yeah, I get to boss people around me with my, whatever it is, whatever fucking weird ego thing that's going on in their brain, if you're a clear thinker and you know who you are, you don't have to ever let anybody be the boss of you. That's what I keep telling people. The founding fathers. We find these truths to be at first self-evident. First, you have the right to live your life any way you see fit, and second, no one can ever take that right from you. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fucking go on and on. I know I interrupted you, too.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, you kind of interjected a number of thoughts into my head, and I was thinking about a case with my buddy down in Huntington Beach, California. He had this psycho neighbor who would, harass his dogs, make complaints then after, messing with his dogs about his dogs barking, and then would drive by my buddy's driveway when he was in his garage working on his motorcycle or something and videotape him. And so my buddy's starting to get worried, so he puts cameras up everywhere.
Yeah.
This guy is coming by his house at all hours of the night and, spooking in on stuff. So he calls the cops and shows them all this evidence there. And the cops look at him and go, look, we know all about Mr. Gonzalez. He's well known in this neighborhood. He's been to jail multiple times. And he lives in a condo that his mother bought and paid for a long time ago here. Our best advice to you, sir, is to not engage him at all. And anytime he comes by your property, shut the door and go inside, because he knows the laws very well. And, a number of people here in this community already have restraining orders against him. So if he does continue this harassment against you, we're going to have to ask you it would be our best, advice or whatever, to ask you to get a restraining order against him. So this goes on for 6 months, and my buddy, he's carrying a .45 on him. He goes and gets a concealed carry permit in Huntington Beach, which is not that easy to do. This guy is constantly, messing with him. So he goes to the HOA. And a number of the people in the HOA wanted this guy out. And this little fucker had good lawyers and knew the law and was just able to basically keep living in that community. It was a gated condo community and stuff. And he just gave up. My friend was just like, you know what, fuck this, and sold his condo and moved. He's like, I'm not going to deal with this psycho anymore. And I just don't understand why, why people want to interfere with other people's lives, because I'm more libertarian, where I'm just like, you do you, I'll do me, just leave me alone, all right? And this guy just had to constantly involve himself in other people's lives and just mess with them, and I just don't get that. I hear you. Totally don't understand that.
I think I think that I don't know how the fuck anybody's gonna deal with somebody like that. I think you probably just hire somebody to kill him. That would be my advice, but
just have him whacked, fuck it.
Yeah. Well, if the cops aren't going to handle it, I mean,
he's Italian, man, and he's got a fucking short fuse, dude. And for him to not have shot that guy, I'm sure it took every ounce of his being to not shoot that guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And if he forces you to get a gun and start carrying it everywhere, that's just not fair, man. That's not. People shouldn't have to live that way because somebody's a nut job, and their mom bought him a fucking condo. Fuck you, mom. I'm gonna go kill your fucking mom, you fucking piece of shit.
Cut the source off. But
you gotta kill the first vampire, man.
Well, maybe he'd get a big fat inheritance and then fucking move away. Right? Like, hey, I can afford a mansion now. I'm out. Or I'm moving to his mom's house. Man, gosh, what else is going on in the world today? So much crazy shit, dude.
Yeah, look, all I want to do is grow marijuana. I just want to stop everything else and just grow marijuana. I see all these like celebrities, and they're like on their social media accounts, and they're like, oh, that's it. I'm stopping my social media, and I saw this today with some kind of weird news story, and they're all saying like, they're just gonna let the professionals talk about what needs to be talked about, and they're not gonna do any social media until better days or whatever. And I was just like, I just want to stop all my fucking, I just hate this bullshit news cycle where it's just like, oh, what's the death totals today, Jane? Fuck. It's like a game show with these people.
Are the scoops on their way? The scoops are on their way.
Oh.
Soylent Green. We need more Soylent Green. That's what it feels like to me.
It does kind of, huh?
Yeah, and there was a meme going around where they had all these different movies like 1984, Soylent, or Brave New World, and Mad Max, and all that. And they had like these circles drawn, and they're all like overlapping, and in the middle it said, "You are here."
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. I don't know how you are with. Are you like a meme guy? Do you follow memes or like scroll through them sometimes?
No. Craig does that. Craig does that. He's really good at that stuff. I already get too much screen time. Like I said, I just want to grow marijuana, dude. All I want to do is fucking grow weed. Maybe find some girl to do, erotic shit with. But other than that, I just want to fucking grow weed. And I don't mind actually making videos of it. And that's part of the problem, is I want to make videos of that. But this other thing takes me, 8 hours a day. And then there's all the other things in life. And I'm like, fuck, it's just, I have to find some other way to organize things.
Wait, do you have land?
Have what now?
Do you have any land to grow the weed on?
I'm going to grow indoors.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I have a couple of very, very nice lamps. And I have some...
I've got 4 acres, bro.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I don't know how my landlord would feel about that. I haven't quite brought that up.
Well, you can get plants that have almost no THC and a lot of CBD. So if you're using the CBD, which is what you said, right? You're using CBD products, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I also smoke weed too.
Oh, well, good. I'm glad to hear that, because I honestly think there's so many other parts of the weed that are incredibly beneficial, and like I said, the whole body is just filled with cannabinoid receptors. It's this missing link. This is why people are getting sick as we get older now, because they're supposed to be. It grows everywhere. It's just so fucking obvious. It's like one of the greatest crimes against humanity, making this fucking flower illegal. This thing that everybody can grow in their fucking yard, and I bet for a long time everybody did.
Right?
Yeah.
So have you heard of this company called Scissorp or Hush? They make edible?
No, I don't know those companies.
It's a liquid one. We have it down here in Oregon. They're 250 milligrams of THC in one little 2-ounce bottle.
And that's a tincture or an edible where you drink the whole thing at once?
You drink it. Yeah, it's a liquid.
And you drink the whole thing at once?
I've done a whole one once. I normally do like a third or a half because that's more than enough.
Yeah.
For me, at least. I mean, some people's tolerances are much higher. But I did the 250 milligram about a month before I went on my sabbatical there. It was back in October. And you know when you get super high and all of a sudden you feel like you're looking down through yourself from 500 feet above, and you're just kind of I don't know how else to describe it. That's how I always feel. My consciousness just expanded out up into the upper atmosphere and is looking through me now. And I feel like this tiny little vessel way down here on the ground. And I start realizing, oh my God, it's really hot in here. I have the heater up too high. I'm going to go outside. So I run outside. It's freezing cold outside, and I don't have a jacket or nothing. I just got pants and a shirt, and I'm standing out there, and I'm just like, oh, it feels so good, you know. My heart's pumping, and I'm just like, I'm seeing like the freaking patterns come. It was like almost like an acid trip. And then like all of a sudden I hear voices, like people walking down the road. I don't have a lot of neighbors on my street. And I was like, oh shit, people, run back inside. It's like, run back inside.
Yeah.
Well, that was a trip and a half, man. I hadn't had that experience in a long time. So I haven't ingested that much, you know. But every time I do that, the next week or so afterward, I feel so much better. Like, I mean, you know, any aches or pains I had are gone. I'm digesting everything perfectly. My workout's still good. You know, it's funny too because the next day after, if you work out, like you totally smell like weed.
Yeah, I know. Oh my God, my butter smells like fucking serious skunk, dude. I mean, I put it like inside a baggie inside a bag in the freezer, and you can't really smell it until you open the bag. And then you can smell it, and then, man, it smells like skunk. I've never had butter that smelled so skunky, so I don't know what the fuck I smell like, but hell, I eat that shit every morning.
Nice. Yeah, I'm just so glad that, you know, it's finally come to this point in my life where I'm not a criminal for ingesting a plant that you can grow in the ground, and you know, it makes sense, duh. Why would you arrest people for growing a plant? Like, even coca leaves. We should be able to grow coca leaves.
Yeah.
I went down to South America. I was chewing them things like every day. They're great. It's not cocaine, people. Cocaine is a chemical process. You got to process that thing through a whole thing. But when you chew it, it gives you energy, but not like you're cracked out. And it also has a ton of vitamins, like vitamin A, C, E, phosphorus, magnesium. Then if you put it in a tea and you make a tea out of it, it calms you down. It's an amazing plant. Why isn't it legal? Because fuckers make cocaine and shit. You know, if that wasn't a thing, we should all be chewing coca leaves too, man. It's wonderful for you.
Are you a South Park fan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you see the what's the farm? What's the new farm called?
Oh, Integrity Farm.
Integrity Farm, yeah. Integrity Farm Christmas Snow. You see that? Yeah. Those guys are brilliant, man. I am so glad that they are part of the discussion, you know.
Yes, and if it weren't for the success of their Broadway show, The Book of Mormon, we would still have 2 seasons a year. Instead, they're only putting out 1 season a year, unfortunately. But I understand they're making money, so you guys do your thing. It's great. And when The Book of Mormon came here to Portland, I found out about it a little bit late. So by the time I looked it up online, the tickets were all sold out. And I lived right down the street at the time from the Snitcher Theater where they were doing it. I walked down there, and the scalpers out there were trying to sell those tickets for $1,000, dude. Damn. It's like, dude, I wouldn't tell you I had $1,000 on me, even if like I want those tickets. But I pull out that $1,000. Next thing you know, there's a freaking 9mm in my mouth. Yeah.
Yeah. He's
Good luck, scalpers.
I got 100. But yeah, that's I know what you mean. You don't want to ever pull out money. We've seen a couple of shows downtown. Have you been to the Crystal Ballroom down there?
Yeah, a long time ago, about 10 years ago or so, I went down there for a drum and bass kind of techno-y thing. Yeah.
Cool. We saw Cage the Elephant there. It was great.
Sweet. That was the one part that I really liked about being downtown. Like, I moved in there when I turned 30, and so I lived there from 30 to 37. That's like the perfect age to be there because, you're in that age group where everybody's partying and having a good time, so it was fun. But it just, as I got older, like Winston Churchill or somebody said, if you're 20 years old and you're not liberal, you have no heart. If you're 40 and you're not conservative, you have no brain. And I kind of went through that transition there, just seeing how nasty the liberal politics, the nasty side of it, and dealing with City Hall a couple times. I'm just like, you know what? Fuck these people, man. I'm done. I'm making too much money, and you guys are stealing all of it. Like, my property tax there tripled in 7 years. It went from $1,200 a year to $3,600 a year. So I was like, if that goes on like that, I follow that graph and extrapolate that out another 7 years, in 14 years after I moved in, I'd be paying $10,800 a year. That's insane.
Yeah,
any gain you make on your property value is being sucked away by the taxes.
Yeah, the petty tyrants can never get enough of that. As long as they can get more, they will. So, and that's I just can't stand these people who think, these fucking little petty tyrants who act like they have power over us. You know, this is a big problem with me for the COVID stuff. You know, I mean, it's you know, I mean, like. Who the fuck is Costco to say, oh, you all have to wear a mask now? You know, I mean, I think that I get it's private whatever, but that doesn't seem like, you know, they can say, you know, not that, and it's not just, see, the problem is it starts with Costco, and then Costco goes, oh, well, we're a private club, we can require this if we want to, right? You know, which last night I pointed out, you know, there's medical exceptions in Washington, so, you know, and they're not supposed to ask you what kind of medical condition you have. If you say, well, I have a medical exception, just say I can't breathe in the damn thing. But also, you know, you can. What I recommend, if you're a little bit more squeaky clean, is that you tell them that it is illegal for you to wear a mask because concealed carry gun holders it's illegal for them to wear a mask. So
I like it.
You know, so back the fuck up, shit face.
That's funny. Think of that angle. That's a good one. All right, buddy. I'm gonna get going because I want to go smoke a bowl right now, bro.
Right on. Well, you go there, General.
All righty.
Good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you too, man. Love talking to you. Have a great night, brother.
All right, you stay cool. Talk to you soon. Okay, we should play a video so that I can have a quick pisser, and I need to heat up my tea one more time. I'm down to one last tea bag. In case anyone cares, I only have one tea bag, and it's already in the cup. That means no tea for me. No tea left for me after tonight. Oh, it's so sad. So if you'd like to help with that, it's easy to leave a contribution at moxnews.com, or there's clickable links in the text of this, in the text chat and the description box of this video. Until then, I'm going to play this video about truckers protesting in Washington, D.C. Nope, not that one. Hold on. Let's see. COVID numbers questioned. There we go. That one. Number 9. Be right back.
Developing now at 4, the number of coronavirus cases in Washington state will likely top 19,000 tonight. Right now, the health department says 18,971 people have tested positive, and we are still waiting for their daily update. 1,037 have died. And just within the last couple of hours, the Department of Health explained how it collects, maintains, and releases data about COVID-19 deaths. It comes several days after a new report called those figures into question. KOMO's Steve McCarran is live with what we've learned about that. Steve?
Mary, the State Department of Health told us that the process for tracking death data in our state is not an easy process, and that method that's being used to track that data right now has been adjusted. It's not the usual process that the state uses to track deaths in our state. That process has been modified, and that's so the state can get those figures out as quickly as possible, even if they're preliminary. So here's what the State Department of Health told us within the last couple of hours. The state says its current COVID-19 death count includes anyone that is tested positive for COVID-19. There are several cases where someone clearly died from something else, like a gunshot wound, so the total death count will be adjusted because of that. But the state believes it's likely undercounting COVID-19 deaths, not overcounting them. And here is why. Not included in the state's total is about 3,000 cases where the person's death certificate indicates symptoms similar to COVID-19, but it's not clear if those deaths were COVID-19 COVID-19 related. The state is now looking into those cases, and experts say the data that they release on a daily basis is based on the best available information at the time.
There are a number of nuances to the data that we report, and often it is very difficult, especially quickly, to make an assessment on the cause of death.
So earlier this week, Governor Inslee lashed out at a new report that calls into question the number of COVID-19 deaths in our state. He called it malarkey. The Freedom Foundation said Monday that the state's reported COVID-19 death toll is inflated by as much as 13% because the state counts every person who tests positive for COVID-19 and then dies, even if the death was not caused by COVID-19. So I was corresponding with the report's author this afternoon. What he told me is today's briefing with the State Department of Health validated his reporting, but again, the state told us that it thinks the death totals in our state are actually being undercounted. Back to you.
So, Steve, why not separate the deaths into two categories, confirmed and then probable?
Well, you know, that was a question that was asked during that briefing with the Department of Health this afternoon. The health official told us that they're trying to figure out how best to report information on COVID-19 in a more understandable way. But obviously, they want it to be accurate and they want it to be released in near real time as possible. So right now, the state is looking in ways to improve its reporting. The state said it's very important to have accurate information to understand who's most at risk and how this is all transmitted. Back to you.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, I am here. There's my girl. Hi, my girl. What a pretty girl you are. Laying down by the river. So, I have more videos, but we'll take a caller. Hello, caller.
Yo, Mike. How you doing?
I am good. How are you, Ash?
Pretty good, man. I got done about half an hour ago with a freaking boss 6-hour live stream for all you guys out there.
Right
on.
Crazy
as hell. You know what? I appreciate all you guys out there joining in too. Much love. Appreciate it. All right, Mike. I wanted to call in. It's been a week. You know what? I made a promise to myself. From now on, I'm going to try my best to call in once a week.
We're calling whenever you want to call in, Ash.
I know, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
But, you know, like you always tell me, a man's got to do what a man's got to do.
Man's got to have priorities, Ash. That's what I always say. Are you what's going on in your world besides your live stream? What was your high number in your live stream today?
I think the highest we had, it was somewhere like 42 at one point.
Right
on.
on.
I think that was the highest it got, but it was towards the end. It's like the more we went on, because like I was telling Craig, like the first 2 hours or so, I was like, man, it was like limp dick. It was like, this is, oh my God, we're not getting anywhere. All of a sudden we get 10 people. It just keeps going, and the chat starts building everything, and I'm just like, let's keep going. Let's keep going and let's keep doing it.
Yeah.
That was the best live stream I've ever done, dude. Like, for real. We were talking about everything. I was like, right when we're getting to like this really good point where it's like we're building momentum, I'm like, I've got to piss, I've got to eat, I've got to drink, I have a body, I'm a human being, and we've been going on for hours. So I'm like, guys, you know, thanks for watching. I encourage people, like, hey, when this video uploads or whatever, whenever that happens, because the internet here is kind of finicky, just go back and watch some of the stuff. So I just ended it there, but yeah, that was the best live stream. The other thing is I was thinking about some of this crazy stuff going on with like meat prices and stuff, because like I don't remember if I told you this before, how it's like some of the meat prices here were like $36 a pound for a roast or whatever.
Were you talking about ground beef the other day?
Yeah, I talked about ground beef, and the roast thing too is pretty bad.
Well, yeah, $36 a pound. You said it was $8.99 a pound for ground beef, right?
Yeah, that's now back down to $4.50.
Okay, because it was the Safeway ad today here is at $3.50. So
damn, you got us beat.
Yeah, and I don't think it was, I mean, I think if it was probably on, if it was on sale, that it was, maybe a little bit less than that, but I don't think it ever really got much lower than that. It usually is around. Ground beef went up, a couple of years back, and it just has stayed up for whatever reason, or around $4 or $5 a pound. I don't know why, but
yeah. I mean, even pre-COVID, I mean, the prices of this stuff were always going up. Especially, like, I noticed that during the recession with boxes of cereal, they really spiked during then, and they stayed that way ever since.
What kind of cereal do you eat?
Well, I'm into the Special K. I like the ones with the yogurt clumps in them.
Really?
Yeah,
cool.
I love it, dude. I wish that they just had cereal that was just straight yogurt and raisin clumps. I would just love something like that.
Man, I wish I wish they had cereal that was just the marshmallows from the Lucky Charms. Just
same here.
Yeah, just the marshmallows. That would be fucking.
But yeah, we use cornflakes to put in our meatloaf. We're really big cereal eaters here. But what other kind of cereal do I like? Well, I also kind of like the
I just eat the really sugary.
One.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I used to love Captain Crunch, but it's been it seemed to have a different flavor than I remember as a kid. Now.
I've heard that from a lot of people.
Yeah. But if I'm looking for a sugary cereal, I like the honey sugar, the honey smacks or whatever. There used to be honey sugar smacks. Yeah. Those are really good. I like those things. That'll give you sugar.
What about the honeycomb cereal? You like that one, or?
I do like that, but I never see it, and I never get it anymore. Or I used to like it. I don't know that I like it anymore. Like I said, they seem to have changed. Cereals seem to have changed, and sometimes they taste okay at first, and then they're not so good after a little bit. Everything, all the cereals,
the flavor just kind of dies down after a while.
Right, like they just don't have the flavor that they seem to have. Like it's just a almost like a flavorless fluff thing, puff thing. I don't think so. I ate a box of Fruit Loops over the last month, and I just eat them, as a treat. I don't put them in milk or anything. So.
Yeah, we got the same kind of thing here with the cereal like that.
Yeah.
Like milk is always good, but just dry cereal as it is, that's still pretty good as a snack.
Well, milk is definitely adds a whole new dimension. I mean, you get it makes it all that more a dessert treat, because I think milk is really just a dessert thing. If you're drinking milk with your meal, that's a little weird, I think. Honestly.
Yeah, like there are some people that like to have milk with steak and stuff like that. I could never get into that.
Yeah, I used to live with a friend, right after I graduated high school. I moved into a friend with his parents, and every night they would eat milk. They would drink milk at the table, with dinner, with lunch, everything. I was just like, wow, it's fucking. It's tasty, but I just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it's kind of an English thing from what I've heard, to have milk as a drink with your meal.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know about nowadays, but at least back in the day, that used to be a big deal there.
Well, sure, there was always a push. That was always like part of the food chain, a big part of the food chain. You gotta get your milk in there,
Yeah, you gotta have your dairy, or the whole food pyramid thing, how you got to have your bread, you got to have your dairy, all the rest of it. It's like, who eats like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, who in a day is going to be able to get all of the servings of all these things that they say we need to be, quote, healthy? And it's like...
And who trusts them? Who trusts them? Who trusts them to tell us what we need to be healthy anyways? I mean, those people are fucking crazy. They're just trying to make money off of us.
Yeah, like they print the shit on the fucking cereal boxes. I mean, obviously there was a deal made with that shit. the school system and everything. I mean, it's kind of like there was this one like Steve Martin joke, how there's 8 hot dog buns, right?
Yeah.
But there's 12 hot dogs in a pack. So you have to buy 2 fucking hot dog bun packages for that. So you're just spending more money on this shit. I don't remember what movie it was, but that was a really good commentary. There's no logic to it. Like, why can't they just put in another 4 or make the hot dog thing where it's 8 so everything's even? You know?
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense the way they got it like that.
Yeah. I saw that in another movie, and it was like, it was kind of a philosophical thing, you know. It wasn't like, but it's clearly a marketing thing, you know, clearly. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
You know, we got to buy, let's see, if we buy 2 packs of buns, we got to buy 3 packs of hot dogs, you know.
Profit, right?
I just get a loaf of bread. Or use tortillas. I use tortillas a lot, too.
Are those good with hot dogs? I wouldn't think they would be.
Yeah, they were good. They were good. But, you know.
That's good to hear. I have to try that sometime.
So what kind of, Ash, what kind of ice cream do you eat? What kind of ice cream do you eat, Ash?
Well, I'll eat any kind of motherfucking ice cream you put in front of me. I'll put it that way.
Really? Huh.
I love ice cream, man. I could have mint ice cream. It could be strawberry. I don't care.
Wow.
It's all good. You know, the thing
you
is,
mean
like,
if you go to the store, you're not going to go and pick out a certain kind of ice cream? You're just going to be like, oh, what kind of ice cream do I want today?
Yeah, I go in there and, you know, I got on my grocery list, buy ice cream, because we don't even put down what flavor. I'm like, okay, which one do I want today? That's the problem. It's not like I know what I want. Just too much to choose from. It's all good.
I'm very finicky, man. We used to go there when I was a kid, right? We go to this place and it was called Thrifty's Drugs, right? And it was a drugstore. And right at the front of Thrifty's Drugs, they had like a little tiny, it wasn't a Baskin Robbins, but it was like a little tiny little spot where they had like 15 different flavors of ice cream and ice cream cones, and you could get an ice cream cone. It was like a triple cone was 25 cents, right? And a double cone was 15 cents, and a single cone was a dime or something. I don't know, but and it was awesome. And I would get triple scoop chocolate chip. And you know what?
So you're doing the Trump thing. You're doing the triple scoop, and you're doing the chocolate.
I'm doing the chocolate chip, man. That's what I like. Chocolate chip. Give me chocolate chip. No, not mint chocolate chip. Chocolate chip. Hard to find. It's really hard to find a good chocolate chip. I'll tell you what.
Well, I'll tell you this much: chocolate chips with ice cream, it really depends on the brand. I'll give you that.
It's really,
because like if you get like private, I don't know if you've ever heard of Private Selection.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think I have. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, they're at like Aldi's and Kroger and stuff like that. They have all sorts of like different products like jarred peppers and different things. They also have ice cream from every now and then.
Yeah. Oh, right. I do buy that ice cream. It's like a premium ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Their chocolate chips, they can be okay, but it depends on what it's in.
If you get the premium one, because they have one that's like the discount model, the Kroger discount, and then they have the premium Kroger. If you get the premium one, they have a semi-sweet chocolate chip. Very good.
Yeah, the pumpkin pie one's pretty good too. It's a little weird though having pumpkin pie ice cream because because how do you have pumpkin pie ice cream? So this is why
I'm not, this is why that it's so complicated to get all those flavors just right inside of fucking frozen ice cream, frozen
body. There's science to that shit, man. It's like there needs to be books. DVDs. You know, we need to know the secrets of this shit because it is fascinating and it's a multi-billion-dollar industry and people love it and it's like we're in the dark over this shit. You know what I'm saying?
The Ben and Jerry's has the Americone Dream. That's what's that guy's name? The late night talk show host. Colbert, that's his ice cream. Has his face on it. Americone Dream. And that shit's pretty good. That's waffle cones. That's waffle cones dipped in chocolate inside caramel ice cream. Very good.
Cherry Garcia and Chunky Monkey are the shit, dude.
Craig definitely likes that Chunky Monkey.
Well, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. Like I said, I love all kinds of ice cream, but if you had to give me a choice, which like I could pick any one of them, I don't care. But if someone had to give me a choice, I would probably go with Cherry Garcia every time, just because it's like I'm so used to eating this shit. How the fuck did we get on talking about ice cream and shit, man?
Because I did it. I do this. I like doing this. What the fuck we supposed to talk about, man? We're supposed to talk about your fucking show and how everybody needs to go and watch your fucking show. Is that what we need to talk about, Ash?
Fine, Mike. We'll talk about my fucking show. Now everybody's going to my fucking show. He's been a fucking 6 hour long, non-stop, boom, boom, boom. Man. But like I said, I appreciate everybody coming on. I appreciate everybody stopping by. And yeah, we went deep and shit. Like, let me recap some stuff. Okay, so it's like the CBD. I'm an edibles guy.
Yeah.
Straight up.
You make your own edibles?
I don't know about that question. I'm into friggin' CBD edible. I'm into getting it on 25, 50 milligrams. Let's go. Let's lift some weights. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I love that shit. Like, because it's like, it's one thing to get a burn. It's another thing to keep fucking going. You know what I'm saying? Anybody out there, you want to lift weights, you want to get into putting on muscle, and you start having problems, 15 minutes before you take that edible, you go, and you can fucking go. I mean, it's fantastic. Now, personally, I am into the Johnny Appleseed thing. I go for the tapioca, but they have a vegan one too. If any of you guys are interested, I think it's like $30 a bottle. So it's the same thing for like if it's a multivitamin. I quit taking vitamins when I started taking these.
See, and this is exactly why Big Pharma and the medical, all the doctors have told you forever that there's no medicinal qualities to cannabis, because the minute you start eating cannabis, you just stop taking everything else. You stop taking everything else. You no longer need it. I'm telling you, there's this the original Star Trek, with Captain Kirk and shit and Spock. There's this one episode that's all about this planet where there's this flower, and the flower shoots these spores in your face, and all of a sudden you don't have any kind of medical issues anymore, and you're happy. Spock fucking falls in love, and all this shit. And it's all about cannabis, man. It's all about that. Entire episode is about cannabis, people. You're not eating enough fucking marijuana. How many times I gotta tell you, you're not eating enough marijuanas, people?
Yeah, like what people were saying earlier in the fucking chat with your last caller. Eat marijuana. I mean, what the fuck is it gonna do? Let me put it this way. What's the worst that could happen? Am I right?
You trying to sound like Donald Trump or something?
That's what I was going for. I'm joking of him. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I actually had magnets. I forgot to show this on stream. I got fucking Trump magnets, and we dressed him up and stuff as like a clown and shit.
Oh yeah? Huh. Right on. Well, that sounds like fun.
I might take a picture of that. Send that to Craig if he wants. I'm not sure, but yeah, we have Steve Bannon, we got Putin, Mike Pence, and we got Trump magnets. Man, they're hilarious. They're building a wall with the chicken mask on it. They got money that they robbed from the bank. I mean, we love having fun with shit like that, dude.
Right on. Who's we?
Me and anybody else that's here. Sometimes I got delivery people that come over here and they're like, what the fuck is this shit? And they have a good laugh over it.
Right on. Well, cool.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty good magnets. But, okay, now, let's get into this COVID stuff. States are opening up. Way over fucking due.
What?
My state was spending $1 billion in having a tent outside the clinics and hospitals. I mean, you set up the tent, you have it there. I mean, what are they doing, renting the thing out or something? I mean, where's this money going to? I mean, it's just wild shit. I mean, Mike, where do you see the economy going with things opening up and all that shit going on? Where do you see it going?
I'm not an economy guy. I'm just a, aging hippie liberal douchebag. So I don't want to know. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about the economy. I'm not going to care about the economy. For me, the economy is, I can afford to get some chicken this week, so I'm good. And that's what I know. I mean, that's what I know about the economy. So I have no idea. It's above my pay grade. I really don't care. I don't want, because look, if you really care about the economy, you really want to make the economy great, legalize cannabis. Tell everyone that, that all the rules on cannabis are off. And then you know what? There'll be all these people that are fucking have cannabis growing in their fucking closets overnight, and they'll be selling it to their neighbors, and it'll be a beautiful thing. And the world will be so much fucking better a year from now, instead of this, oh my God, we're all gonna die. Nope, everything's fixed. Sorry. Sorry for the false alarm. You really want to fix everything? That's how simple it is. I believe. Just take all your rules off cannabis. That's all it's gonna take, and that will fix
all
everything.
The people that were put in fucking prison over it, pardon them.
Yeah.
Or whatever, commute the fucking sentence, be done with it.
Yeah, no, just take all your rules off. Like, I mean, none of this. Okay, we're gonna legalize cannabis now, so all the state-run stores have to fucking shut down until we get all the rules sorted out. Fuck you. Okay, I mean, here's the deal. We don't need these fucking stupid rules. We don't need to be babysat and told whether or not, oh, you can only have 4 plants, mister. I see 6 plants in your backyard back there. Fuck you.
Oh, Karen, we gotta take those away. You got too many above regulations.
Fuck you. I mean, it's just none of their, it's none of their business. There's no reason they should be up our ass this way at all. And I'm tired of it, and it's hurt the people. It's done nothing but hurt the people. It hasn't fucking made a safer world for anyone. Not for 1 second.
But Mike, think of the children.
I do. I think of the children. How many children's lives have been ruined since Barack Obama became president, promised us he wasn't like all the other presidents, and then he continued to let little black children's lives be ruined day after day after day. Amen. Because they chose the smartest fucking alternative to all the other fucking substances available.
Bingo. But what about Marilyn Manson? Surely he's responsible for spreading.
You've been watching too much South Park, bro.
Oh my God. You got a bug in my house. You've been watching me? You've been watching me in my bunker watching South Park? President Mike Hawk.
Those guys are so funny.
Oh God, man! And it's just such good fucking social commentary and shit going on.
I wish they were doing their thing right now, man. We need them so bad right now. I wish they were just like, okay, it's an emergency. We got to get back on the air,
Right.
Because
it is an emergency. It's a humor emergency, and they got to get going with this stuff.
It's not just that. They help people put things into perspective, and I don't see that anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that's definitely needed. And it's not just for here. I would say for the whole world. I mean, I've had people as far away as Russia and the UK talk about South Park, and they're, again, it's like if you have the government that's trying to censor or clamp down on a TV show, you need to fucking watch it.
Yeah, well,
Bottom line.
Yeah, well, I think that censorship is evil, pure evil, and that there's something to what you're saying, but at the same time, I don't, it is more complicated. South Park is amazing because they they touch on all these things that are so important to all of us, and no one else ever seems to really talk about, and they do it with so much humor and and so much irreverence, that it's just like, oh, I love these guys, forever.
Oh, you want to hear something cool that happened about South Park?
What's that?
When my mom was up in the hospital getting a CT scan, in her room, the staff at the hospital, I'm not going to say what it is, there's a hospital around here, they were all watching South Park with her. Yeah,
awesome. She likes South Park, huh? Cool.
Well, I got her into it. She used to be very anti-South Park until she started watching it, and she's okay with it now.
Yeah. That's interesting.
I tell her, like, the show's funny as hell. Like, just look at it with an open mind.
It's beyond funny, dude. It's incredibly valuable social commentary.
Right.
I mean, if you look at it, the South Park the movie in 1999, right, which is as brilliant as it gets, they were saying that there's a war coming, and and they were saying that there's also censorship coming, and it's fucking amazingly brilliant, important piece of work. And it helps to prioritize a lot of stuff. I mean, the cartoons can get away with saying things, that other formats can't say. They can do this. South Park's very good at it, and that's why actually, I have referred to those guys, Matt Stone and Trey Parker, as modern day prophets, and I believe that. All you have to do is watch South Park the movie, and they're talking about the coming war. The coming war. This is 1999, right? 2 years later, boom, terrorist attack.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of that shit. I mean, that with DNAC, a lot of that stuff was planned out.
For sure, man. I mean, what? It just happens to be a coincidence that, Jeb Bush, I don't even want to get into it.
Yeah. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's just such a deep rabbit hole right at this moment.
Yeah, because that's the thing. People take the red pill, they see how far and how deep the rabbit hole goes.
I just can't stand how amazingly involved the mainstream media is in all the bullshit. It's because this is they're the worst part of the government. It's like because they're like just the propagandist outlet arm of the government, and this overwhelming mind control thing. I'm not just talking about the news. I'm talking about all the media, and it's really very disheartening, I guess. But whatever, we're getting through it. We're doing okay. We're gonna be fine.
If not fine, even better. I mean, people are awake. They're awake as hell. And they are pissed the fuck off at what they see.
Well, I don't know how awake they are, but I really hope that, that we're headed that direction, because I see it as having very little time, and we need to reprioritize pretty much everything.
Well, I think with a lot of the stuff going on, I think we might have maybe a 3 to 5 year window of opportunity. And of course, it also depends on what happens in the world, what happens here.
Well, look, this is here's what I see, Ash. Here's what I see is that the world wants to heal. The earth wants to heal, and that's one of the things that the COVID-19 has shown us. If you see the stories about, pollution dissipating like 17% in just the last 4 months or something, and all this natural wildlife appearing in places like the Venice canals, dolphins in the Venice canals, and the turtles and everything on the beaches. It's what the world is showing us is that it's not too late. It just needs to be made a priority. And I've said again and again, I believe, if we prioritized, we could easily, make this world this amazing blue-green jewel. Water everywhere, vegetation everywhere, no fucking hunger, no fucking famine, none of this. And this for-profit fucking medicine, all it does is keep this fucking diseases in place forever. Okay, let's get real. The reason people have fucking cancer is because 100 years ago fucking cannabis was taken away from them. Okay, it used to be part of everything. Someone was just saying, I can't remember his name. For whatever reason, I have trouble remembering his name. And I apologize. But he was just saying that the cannabis used to be fed to the pigs and all the other animals. What the parts of it that we weren't using for whatever. So then it was becoming part of the diet even for those people that weren't actually consuming it. They were in a roundabout way getting plenty of cannabis, and now it's just been made. Everything's made illegal because it's over-intrusive police state that just can't keep us in check enough.
Yeah. But again, man, like what I always say, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance, and if we're not vigilant, stand up for our rights,
get up,
atrophy and lose them.
That's why I always talk about supporting the people that are in the streets, because they're out there and they're at least doing something, they're saying, hey, government, we have the power, listen to us, regardless of if it's just the 10 people or whatever, they're out there and they're actually, that's the way it's supposed to be. And if we all got behind them the way we're supposed to, instead of being so divided, then it would be, why we do have the motherfucking power. I don't know who the fuck you think you are with this nanny state bullshit.
Yeah, and this division shit, man. I mean, that is the same thing. I mean, because I was talking about this earlier. It's like, why would, excuse me, when you look at COINTELPRO, you look at all these CIA things, why would they want people to be divided? This is exactly what we're talking about. This is exactly the reason why. That the primary goal of the media and for these fucking people is to put labels on shit, put people in their little camps and their little tribes and all this shit, because at the end of the day, once you have that, they create these artificial barriers around people based on fucking identity or thought or, I'm a this, I'm a that, whatever. And at the end of the day, I mean, that's how it's working for them. But for people, we don't fucking see it that way. I think the internet has been a big backlash to these guys. I mean, they thought that the internet was going to be this whole new thing. I mean, you remember that, man. Back in the day, internet used to be on a CD-ROM. People used to have to pay for it. Like, we live in such a different world. And people all over the world are walking around with cell phones. Everybody has the internet. There's communication like never before. And what we are seeing is the fucking narrative of these people is literally falling apart because it was never backed by anything except for a bunch of fucking lies. And it's being countered to, and they can't stand it. So what they do is they put their mouse cursor over it, and they do their little clicking, and they do their typing, and they remove the video, and they shut down the website or whatever. But 50, 60 more pop up, people download it, people share it on social media, and then they just continue following down this crazy wild goose chase trying to stop whatever the content may be. And it's not working. It's getting to the point where they have to leave it up because they would lose so much revenue otherwise. They have to keep it up. Opinions News. I mean, I've seen that personally. I mean, there's been over, there's been over, I think 1,500 videos almost every day being removed for, quote, coronavirus disinformation or whatever. And how do they know that? I mean, who's deciding what's disinformation, what's true, what's not? Who's deciding this? These are sure as hell ain't people, that's for sure.
Well, I bet it's not doctors.
Oh, got that right. Because I'll tell you one thing, a lot of the doctors around here, they're not falling for the shit. They're really not. And quite a few of these guys, they know the truth about it, man. I don't want to say anything to get you in trouble, these fucking YouTube overlords and shit, but, they know the truth about it, and you look at CBS News, and they're going over there to Michigan, and they're faking fucking coronavirus testing sites, and that's been proven, and the staff there spoke out about it. Or how they talked about that there were certain symptoms and things like that, like certain rashes or certain things. Dude, literally, I don't want to get into too depth about it. I want there to be, I want to name names. There was a guy who had end-stage cancer. It was leukemia, okay? And this guy, somehow, while he's in the ICU, gets COVID. Okay, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. They never tested the guy, so how do they know that? And then the guy died a week later, and they said, "Oh, it was the coronavirus." Well, how did they know that? You just said that his cancer's getting worse and it's end stage. They never tested the guy, so how can they label him that? I mean that's wild. I don't know how they can get away with shit like that. And I've heard a lot of people speaking out about it, at least around here.
It seems like we've talked about the numbers being possibly overinflated. And I mean, what I really want to know, Ash, is where how many people in the last 3 months died of the normal influenza, and then how many people in 2019 in the same 3 months died of the normal influenza. And I'll bet you it's way less than half as much.
Yeah, I mean, especially, we all remember the swine flu epidemic. I mean, there's no comparison. I mean, what is happening is we are looking at a giant lie being orchestrated to carry out some kind of fucked up shit, some kind of an agenda. And you look at what that doctor guy said, that Fauci guy. He said in January or February, whatever, of 2017, quote, "There will be a pandemic during the Trump administration. There will be. It's not if, it's not, there could be, there's a possibility, there will be." And you look at the things with that guy, and you look at the things with the funding with that lab in Wuhan and all these other things. Something is not right here. There's a lot of things that don't add up, they don't fit, they don't make sense. And goddamn it, I don't see why we can't question or why we can't look into those things. Because we got countries right now, actual governments, that are saying that lab needs to be investigated. Last time I checked, I'm not even exaggerating this, I think it's over 112 countries. So most of the earth is saying, I don't know where this virus came from and we need to look into it. And the media, they just drop it and move on. That's kind of major news, right? We need to look into this. We need to be studying this, and we need to figure out.
Well, it's not that they drop it and say we need to move on. What the media is saying is that all of the intelligence agencies agree that this was not created in a lab. That's what the media is saying.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here, folks. Move along.
Yep, nothing to see here, guys. All right, keep driving, man. Don't stop. Gas station 10 miles down the road. Don't stop here. We got a tow truck waiting for you if you do. But yeah, man, it's pretty crazy. Anyway, I wanted to stop by and just say hi and throw my 2 cents in about the whole coronavirus numbers and that kind of thing, and talk about the stream a little bit and just see how you guys are. So, Mike, how's everything going over there in Seattle, man?
I'm good.
Don't really no big change.
Look, my life hasn't changed. I don't go to the grocery store quite as much. That's how my life has changed. Other than that, my life is the same as it always was. You know, I go out, I walk the dogs, and we do our thing, and we do videos on the YouTube and blah blah blah. You know, on the weekends we go out to different parks and fly the drones and whatever. You know, there really isn't anything different there at all. I just don't go to the grocery store as much.
Oh my God, dude, it just had an epiphany. CNN, you're fucking lying, CNN. But yeah, I don't know what these guys get off on this shit, man. It's pretty crazy. But anyway, Mike, want to stop by, want to say hi, and that's it, man.
Okay, Ash, it's good to hear from you.
All right, good to hear from you too, man. All right, everybody, have a good night. I gotta eat. I gotta sleep. I'm a human being. All right, love you, Mike, Craig. Thanks for having me on. Good night, guys.
All right, see you, Ash. Let's see. I have a video for you I'm going to play now of a fucking tiger. A fucking tiger, you say? Where? I don't see a fucking tiger. Wait, a fucking tiger! I'm going to go and heat up my tea, and I'm going to play another video for you now of Trump will not. Oh, okay. Did I play that already? Trump says, I think I played that. Truckers protest. That's not very long. Let's see. I'm going to play clip number 7 for you. This is a very good clip.
The Trump administration is urging the UN to remove any references to sexual and reproductive health from its COVID-19 humanitarian response plan. In a letter to UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, acting administrator of the U.S. Agency for International Development, John Barsa, called on the UN to remain focused on life-saving interventions and not use the pandemic as an opportunity to advance access to abortion as an essential service. He criticized the organization for putting sexual and reproductive health services on the same level of importance as food insecurity, essential health care, malnutrition, shelter, and sanitation, and made clear that the administration is committed to the right to life. As such, he asked the UN to drop the provision of abortion as an essential component from its plan, adding that now is not the time to add unnecessary discord to the COVID-19 response. This isn't the first time the Trump administration and the UN clashed on the subject of reproductive rights. Last year, the administration pushed the UN to remove references to sexual and reproductive health and rights from its documents, arguing that such language could promote practices like abortion. For Newsy, I'm Stephanie Sandoval.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb. the real sticky icky. Some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want. All at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
All right, so I have a couple more videos. Honestly, I'm a little bit lost. I'm not exactly sure which videos I have played all together now. But I have this one about Venezuela buying oil from Iran that I think you should see. And I have one about truckers' protest in Washington, D.C. that's been going on for a couple of weeks now. And Texas judge tells voters they can vote by mail. Hello, caller.
Hello, caller.
What's up, G?
I like Chinese nano chip ice cream, man. That's the best. With the geisha girls and everything. It's groovy, baby. It's totally groovy. So, my friend Michael in Seattle, king of the rebellious, elderly, Thor-worshipping, marijuana-pushing, revolutionary army. What shall we talk about today? I was going to say something clever, but my head is so filled with nothing that maybe I need a push.
What shall we use to fill the empty places where we used to talk? How shall I fill the final spaces? What?
Every vow you break, every stink you take, I'll be watching you. Contact tracing.
Oh, are you writing that song now? You should write that song. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, well, I suppose I should, but I'm lazy.
You should beat Weird Al to it. You know, he watches this show. He's been waiting for you to do that.
Who's this?
Weird Al. Weird Al.
Yeah, whatever happened to that guy?
What do you mean what happened to him? He's making shit all the time. I talk about this new fucking Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoon that's on Prime Video. He's in like 4 episodes of it.
Yeah, he just kind of disappeared after Michael Jackson went down.
I just told you he's in the new Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoon, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but only communists watch Rocky and Bullwinkle, dude. Nobody wants a fucking communist Al.
Don't talk about Fearless Leader that way.
Al Jolson ain't got nothing on me, man. Blackface. Weird Al Jolson. I don't know. I want to get serious.
Good luck with that.
I want to talk about biolabs and the fashion police, fucking contact tracing, CIA, fucking nanobots, fucking FEMA camps and terror, and submit and shame and the Mueller report and red alert and Jade Helm, pork penis explosion. Oh no, I want to get serious. Wash your penguin. Wash your NAFTA. Vajayjay. It's the Vajayjay. Unicorn. Biolabs. They crossed a unicorn with a penguin, Michael. I want to get serious for a moment. And I haven't even smoked any marijuana. You ever go through those days where you're too lazy to roll a fucking joint? Like, what
I
the
don't
fuck?
do that.
You know it's a lost cause if you're too lazy to roll a joint.
I can't smoke it. I can't smoke the raw herb, man. I have to do the vapor shit. I can't. It just. I was getting to where I could take like 4 or 5 or maybe 6 puffs off the fucking bong, and then I would start to wheeze, you know. And now I do this fucking vaporizing of the you know, the rosin, and I can do 20 hits a day, no problem. Not that I do, but I could, no problem.
Yeah. Well, I commend you on that. You know, you're taking care of your health by doing it. It's a little bit of an involved thing, and then you got like fucking the Anunnaki bong there. It looks like you could fucking run, you know, blended up children through that fucking device you smoke your fucking weed in. So, hey, whatever it takes, man. But, you know, if you're taking care of your lungs, that's the way to do it. I must have took you a while to figure that out. You must have actually talked to the king of the Anunnaki. That was a gift he gave you for helping him take over planet Earth.
No, it was Craig's son. When he was about 15, he's like, "Oh, this is what we got to do. We got to do this. This is what we got to do." Like, okay. And I knew right away that I was able to actually smoke, and it wasn't like it didn't seem to be affecting my lungs at all.
Yeah, well, Craig's son works for the CIA, right?
No, that's my dad you're thinking of.
No. But he went against the CIA, and then you had a home invasion. The CIA came down on your house, right?
Yeah, no, that was the local cops. No.
Local cops. So
Yeah.
he's actually he's on the run then.
He's.
I got psychic AIDS, Mike. Psychic AIDS.
Oh, good.
Abnormal
Good luck.
antibodies.
Good for you.
But no, it's kind of way more. That's way over my head. I mean, all those contraptions and squishing plants and then scraping up.
It lets me smoke and get I can have one puff, and in fact, I can give anybody one puff, and they can be suffering and hurting very bad, and that one puff will completely change their fucking world from cold, dark night to fucking beautiful day. So
squishing the plant and then smoking the what do you call it? The
flower rosin.
The rosin. That gives you a higher THC delivery.
Yeah, it's probably it's probably like 75% THC on average, something like that.
Huh. Wow. Trippy. Well, everybody, each to their own.
It just basically what it does is it gets all the plant matter out of the way, so I'm not inhaling all the plant matter into my lungs.
Oh, I see. Cool.
Yeah.
Like hash. Like badly made hash.
Yeah.
You know. Several times during the years, I found these liquid crystal bubbles that ooze out of the stem of a marijuana tree, and they're almost pure THC, and they're like it's like amber, except it's kind of a crystal. It's not the color of amber. It's and you'll very rarely find them, but it's like this. There's a name for it. My friend told me the name for it, but it's like very rare to find and really powerful THC. And it's like a natural oil the plant sometimes produces. So it's pretty groovy.
Yeah, never heard of that. Never seen it.
Yeah, well, somebody knows what I'm talking about. And they'll say, oh, yeah, that's a fucking magic crystal pellet produced by only 1 in 1,000 marijuana plants. But no, man, I've always been a simple guy. It's like learning how to operate a computer was probably my most technical accomplishment in my life. So people with really complicated bongs like you got, or even more complicated than that, they're like Tesla to me.
Look, man, it's just a fucking. I guarantee you, it's not complicated. and that I wish it was just a little more complicated where it had wires and stuff, because it would be better if it was electric. But but it's very simple. It's very primitive, honestly, and but at the same time, what I get out of it is just exactly what I want, and it's full of flavor, and it's like I said, a one puff, and I had this friend, right? Craig's ex was over here the other night, and she's like, oh, and she's kind of hunched over, and she's like, you could tell she was in pain. And I was like, you need a puff? She's like, oh, I have this horrible headache. I can't. I have this horrible, and she's all like hunched over. And I said, what if I could make your headache go away in 60 seconds with one puff? Would you want it then? And she's like, oh, I can't. No, I can't. And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? One puff. Just take the fucking puff. And she took a puff. And I'm telling you, 35 seconds later, she's like giggling, dude. It was a beautiful thing.
That's a success story.
Mm.
Yeah, that's groovy, Michael. You're like a fucking wizard, dude. You're like a healer. And, and you know, those stubborn souls, and I'm one of them, despite the magic that they just went through and their pain is gone, they'll still be hesitant to come back. Right?
We would go out and I would yell at her at places like wherever we were at, like, you know, Nordstrom's or you know, out at the dinner, wherever we're at. And it'd be like, you're not eating enough marijuana. And I grab her by the shoulders and I start shaking her. How many fucking times do I have to tell you, you're not eating enough goddamn marijuana? She finally figured it out like fucking 10 years later, dude.
And then security comes and escorts you from the store, right?
Well, they're generally following me from the minute I entered the store, so.
Yeah, well, more power to you, dude. You know, I think the reason my family's so fucking mentally ill is that they don't smoke marijuana. If they've been smoking marijuana their whole lives like me, I wouldn't have had to been subject to such psychological torture by the fucking plank people. The people who got no souls, the soulless plank people, just give you that blank stare, and it's like, you're the bad guy because we don't smoke marijuana. It's like, chill out, man, loosen up. You know, they don't know how to dance. I'm the only dancer in my whole family. Everyone else just kind of like shuffles side to side like a retard, you know, for about 3 seconds, and then they get embarrassed and they stop, and it's like, I'm like fucking Michael Jackson on crack, you know. So my life was totally different from my family because they didn't smoke marijuana, and they might have tried it. I smoked weed with my brother. My other brother I never smoked weed with, but I should have been feeding my own father marijuana from an early age, and he might have been a good dad who just thought it was Jesus, or maybe Jesus was in the communion wafer or something. He never would have known. It's like, oh man, thank God for the Pope. My life is totally changed now. And really, it's just me on the sly feeding him marijuana. And my life would have been totally different. I wouldn't have had to kill so many people. I wouldn't be, so defensive and angry all the time. If other people had just ingested the same magic plant as me, the same cigarettes as me, I can't get no satisfaction, Michael.
I'm telling you, man, I honestly believe the more people growing marijuana on this planet, the better planet it will be, the better place it will be to live.
Yeah, well, unless you run into a really fucking sick policeman, they've pretty much lightened up on the whole marijuana issue. It's like, oh, is that a bag of marijuana on your dashboard? Yeah, yes, officer. Well, you better put it in your purse because, you know, it's not supposed to be exposed to sunlight like that. Whereas 30 years ago, what's this? And they find a sage, you know, what's this? have you been taking heroin? It's like they throw you in jail forever for a seed, you know.
Well, the cops don't kid yourself about the cops using whatever leverage they can to hold over you or your kid. So.
Yeah, well, I know the cops, but we are moving into a different era. But now we got the COVID-19 thing, and you can get arrested for not wearing a mask. I saw somebody at Costco, a Costco employee, confiscated his shopping cart full of goodies today because he wasn't wearing a mask, and he kicked him out of the store. You're not welcome in Costco anymore because you refuse to wear a mask. You can't shop here. So, and then
I told you, Costco is being fucking really. They started this whole you have to require to have a mask to fucking do it, and that's a load of bullshit, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, big giant fucking warehouse, and what do they think? I saw it coming months ago when you had giant vacuum cleaner trucks driving through China, spraying white clouds of disinfectant everywhere. It's like, fuck, is this the new normal? Is this what we're going to have to fucking do? It's like, terror, 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 COVID-19, COVID-19. Like those little robots in the fucking Doctor Who movie. I forget what you call those things, but they used to just go on and on. Terror, terror, terror.
Daleks.
Yeah. I forget what they would shout at Doctor Who, but it's like, they're just fucking weird-ass robots. And unfortunately, half the checkers in the stores we visit are Daleks now, or they're secretly, they got their phones, and you walk away from the counter, and they're typing your information, taking your picture, and sending it to the CIA. The medical wing of the CIA now is like, I think this person is infected. We should follow this person. And you don't hear anybody talking. Remember the stink and the uproar that happened in 2008 when they Barack Obama gave what? Bush gave $700 million right as he left office, and Barack Obama gave about $1.5 trillion. That was the bailout, I think, to the banks. And remember the uproar and the stink that happened when he did that? We just gave 7-point-something trillion to fucking corporations, and nobody's even talking about it. So this, I don't want us to get used to this level of corruption and deception. I think people should be fighting the government in the streets every day and try to, make up an intelligent excuse for it. Like, I'm being oppressed. Don't just say, stupid shit. But,
They can say whatever the stupid shit they want. It's America, goddammit.
Yeah, but remember that caller you had the other day, the guy that was telling you that all the hippies are just stupid and they never did anything, and Pennsylvania or someplace.
He sounds like he didn't want to give credit to a lot of different people. So.
Well, I listened to your diatribe back and forth, and actually you both were correct. He was correct in the fact that it's a clown show, that you got uneducated people holding up signs in the street. They don't know what they're talking about, and they're not really involved. And you're correct when, Kent State, rock and roll, the hippies changed the world, and the dirty fucking hippies were right. I mean, but nonetheless, what did the hippies become? The hippies sold out, and now they're yuppies, and now they're the ones living in the gated communities because they sold out, and very few people stick to the fight. And so we're behind the 8 ball. Not too many people in the controlled media. You don't hear these discussions too much about, the origins of it, the biolab, the Fauci-funded U.S. Army, and Fauci-funded Wuhan, and Bill Gates is at the center of everything. it's like, okay, it was bats or it was monkeys.
I mean, it's even worse than that. Can you believe, like, the balls of these media companies who actually bring Bill Gates out as if he's some kind of fucking expert on the subject, and we need to have Bill Gates talking to us about when he's fucking Dr. Evil, and they're acting like, oh yeah, this is the guy, and then Fauci's at the center of all this shit, and he's it couldn't be more obvious, and we couldn't be deeper shit, and it's still like, a mystery to just the most basic fucking bullshit. These labs are evil. They must be stopped immediately. Not a single member of Congress has said a single word like that.
Right, yeah. It is the most basic piece of information that people should be talking about it. And they should have done it already. Shut down all the bioweapons labs. Look what you fucking lunatics have done to planet Earth. That should be the first sentence out of every world leader's mouth. But what do we see? We see one guy in Tanzania saying something like that, and two people in the Italian Senate saying something like that. Macron doesn't say it. Bolsonaro doesn't say it. Trump doesn't say it, although Trump, kind of hints at it. It's like, well, Chinese Wuhan virus, we're going to take measures, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but he's not saying it. He's just kind of talking around the real issue. But, yeah, that's the most important thing. It's like when Fukushima happened, every nuclear power plant in the world should have immediately been inspected, and every crack leaking radiation should have fixed, and half of them should have been shut down. And the entire energy system of planet Earth should have been changed by now. But it's not, because you got 35 leaking goddamn nuclear plants in France alone, and they're passing out iodine pills to the population. But you don't hear that on the news. So, the media's not your friend. The government's not your friend. The CIA will kill you if you expose the truth. We're going to see at least one of these people, either Dr. Shiva, Dr. Buttar, Dr. Mikovits, any one of the 7 or 8 powerful pundits speaking the truth. We're going to see one of them get fucked around, thrown in jail, or shot, suicided. So
they're all just going to get the COVID, dude. How simple is it to give them the COVID? You put it on their pillow when they're out during the day.
Yeah, but the remedy is simple, Mike. The remedy for COVID is so simple that even a retard could take vitamin D3, vitamin C, even intravenous vitamin C. You could get the Artemisia T from Madagascar. You could take the hydroxychloroquine. The remedy for, as long as you don't have pulmonary issues or diabetic issues, or some weird kind of pre-existing medical shit going on, the remedy for COVID is simple. And you're exactly right that the death rate from COVID-19 is about half of the normal flu season. So, all this shit I've never seen, and I bet you've never seen, and I've read 100 different reporters saying they've never seen such a shutdown of information as we're seeing shut down right now from the WHO, from the CDC, from the government, from YouTube. I've never seen such a crackdown on information. So there must be giant forces behind the crackdown. It's like, you're risking your life by saying a narrative. You're risking everybody's life by saying a narrative that's not approved by Doctor Who. Well, fuck Doctor Who, man. Fuck the CDC. Fuck that dumb fuck Cuomo in New York. He must have killed fucking 300 elderly people with his stupid shit. Fuck every goddamn governor that thinks they know, telling me I gotta wear a mask, man. You got people passing out in cars, getting in accidents, wearing masks. It's not an airborne virus unless someone spits on you or sneezes at you. And I've even seen reports that it doesn't stay on surfaces very long. And where did it come from, Mr. Newsman?
Right.
Why aren't you talking about that? Well, we shut down the animal lab in Wuhan, the animal market. No more live animal market. We solved the problem, population planet Earth. No, you didn't. It never came from a wet market in Wuhan. It came from a fucking level 4 biolab. And Trump, thank God, is kind of talking around it. He's kind of talking at it. He's not addressing it directly. But we really need to keep up the pressure on this on our dialogue, which keeps exposing the real problem and the real origin, and the fact that it's definitely got some weird shit in it because it was crossed with HIV. By the way, well, no, it came from bats. It's not crossed from HIV. It came from bats. Bullshit. You can identify the 4 receptors which show up as being from HIV. And what about the doctors telling you that? Well, it was man-made. Definitely man-made. Definitely it was escaped from the Wuhan lab. Exact identical cell lines in Wuhan from Fort Detrick. I mean, it's so traceable. It's so provable. And every time I hear the dumb fucking reporters on TV, or I'm usually watching their faces, and it's like, what a bunch of retards, man. Why doesn't somebody get up there and just fucking start breaking things?
I don't know. Why isn't there a good one amongst them who just starts, saying, look, we're all being lied to, or does some kind of, actually has a guest on who nobody fucking knows who they are, and they fucking actually say some shit that matters. You know what I mean? It's like they don't have anybody doing anything, and they're not saying anything. It's just they're just repeating the same bullshit narrative. You people aren't afraid enough.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't let that narrative go live out on the air. They say, they would just shut it down and say, we're not going to air that segment, and that guest is never welcome in our studio ever again. And tell all the other studios, this guy will speak the truth. You cannot have him on your TV show. So yeah, they control the narrative 100%, and you have a platform that people can call up and they can quote sources and they can tell the truth and they can keep throwing the little baby blankets, the propaganda blankets, off of that reptilian, ugly, swirling petri dish of lies that is the source of this bullshit. And, I keep wanting, Trump is so close to speaking the truth and knowing the truth, and he does the correct thing sometimes. It's like, we're going to open up our country, and hydroxychloroquine works. He's been saying that for 2.5 months. And, Amy Goodman and all the fucking Democratic fake TV shows, all they do is, people are using their hatred for Trump to bash the truth that Trump is saying. It's like the political war is more important than the survival of the human race. We saw that in the impeachment. We saw that in the election before that, with Hillary Clinton and the Podesta emails and Julian Assange and Seth Rich. And, it's like, let's just keep the war going, and because it's us against them. And even though that war is fake, it's like they're probably drinking margaritas in the back room with each other, say, they all think I hate you. No, it's all bullshit. William Casey, the former director of the CIA, said, and I quote as best I can, "We'll know our job is complete when everything the American public believes as truth is lies." That was the director of the CIA. So that's what I'm seeing. In that movie with fucking the Die Hard guy, Bruce Willis, the kid says, "I see dead people." Well, Michael, I see stupid people. I see stupid people. How come they can't fucking wake up? There's nothing stopping them other than this giant mind control program from fucking realizing that they're sheep. It's like, bah, bah.
There's a lot of things. I mean, they have all kinds of stuff, okay? When it comes to what you call waking up, it means that you have to realize that all this stuff that you've been programmed to believe is not real, and now you have to rethink everything, and all this fucking, you know, what you call sheep is, you know, a form of slavery, and, you know, what are they going to do? And they have a family to support, and they have blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And it's just so much easier than just go, look, I have a family support. I don't have time for this shit. Okay, yeah, I'm going to focus on that. And that's all there is to it. I mean, you want to shit on them and call them whatever, but the truth is that they have these other priorities, and it's just, you know, what you're asking them to do, it jeopardizes all those other priorities.
I understand that. You know, Leonardo da Vinci said there are three kinds of people. There are those who can see, there are those who can be taught to see, and there are those who will never see. You can't teach them anything. So I think that's a really valid description of humanity. If you just divide it into those three types, I can't give you a percentage, you know, who are those that can see and who are those that will never be able to see. Obviously, the larger percentage would be those who are never going to be able to see. I explained the whole 9/11 thing, 9/11 thing to my sister, and you know, down to the melting temperature of steel. And Liz, I was a fucking steel worker. I was using those same beams, and you know, fountains of molten metal coming out of the side. Look at this, man! Explosion! 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 You know, government cover-up. You know. And you know what her response was, well, there's nothing we can do about it. It's like, that's willing sheep talk. So, bye-bye. You know, I don't want to know you if you're a willing
But is she, okay, look, okay, but also, she's kind of right. And I mean, I don't want to, you know, and again, if she has kids to take care of and all this other stuff, you know, then, you know, there's, I mean, all that she could do is maybe try and teach her kids the truth and to think critically, you know, to be able to see through the bullshit. But, you know, then again, that's going to make them outcast and make it so that they don't get to just fit in and blend into society and make happen what they need to make happen in this, you know, fucking police state of a world, prison planet.
Well, irregardless of the zombie apocalypse of dumb fucks scrambling over planet Earth like the army of the dead, I will still fight for them. Because I'm just the kind of guy, I got no choice. Once, it's like I was activated at a certain point, and I'm not going to back down, and I don't have to prance around like I'm some fucking hero going to save planet Earth. It's just, the planet Earth itself is worth fighting for. It's like Sam and Frodo in the Lord of the Rings. It's like, well, Mr. Frodo, you know, it's just that, you know, it's some things are worth fighting for, Mr. Frodo. I guess I'm like Sam, what's this fucking The Lord of the Rings, you know? It's like, God, it's like I can't ever let dumb people dictate to me what morality is, because I understand I'm different from other people, and my morality is way different. It's like, I'll execute a motherfucker right in front of you, and you'll say, oh, Michael is a fucking criminal. Yeah, but what did that guy do? What does that guy do? You don't know the whole story. So, I don't expect people to be like me.
I don't judge people.
I'm not saying you judge people. I think you're pretty open-minded, but it's just you cut people way more slack. It's like, well, they might have kids, and they've been hypnotized their whole life, and it's like, I'm fucking lighting off M80s in their living room saying, "Wake up!" You know.
And it doesn't work, does it?
No, it doesn't work. I'm sorry.
See, but if you listen to the people who call this show, Michael, what you'll hear is, "You woke me up." Over and over again, they'll say, "You made me see the truth." Over and over again, you'll hear that. And you know why? Because I wasn't throwing M80s. I was going, "Oh, look at this little bit of information that you might find interesting." And then talk amongst yourselves. And because I was able to, do this in a certain way, see, it's like I always say it, it's like what you're saying, Alex Jones, the way Alex Jones does things, is that he fucking grabs you by the fucking mouth like a big mouth bass and just starts jamming information down your fucking throat, and most people will turn away when they try, they just fucking, they might be interested in that, but they can only take so much, and he just keeps fucking jamming. He doesn't care. So they'll turn away and they might not ever come back. But see, here's the deal. I get the little birds to open their mouth and say, "We want more." And that's all that they really need. That's all they really need. And then they're like, "Dude, you opened my eyes." I'm like, "No, I opened your beak, dude." Go ahead.
Yeah, well, you do have the patience to go through it point by point. I rarely see, you get impassioned every once in a while, and you might scream at someone who's stubborn.
Start talking about the protesters like they don't accomplish anything, or they're fucking some, not incredible positive influence. Yeah, I'm gonna get upset at you. We're gonna have a talk.
Well, lots of other issues too, like people, it's just your style of providing information is quite different from mine, and your level of patience is greater than mine. It's like, I've gone through this so many times. I don't have the time to invest to try to fucking spoon feed every fucking little chicken a little piece of information. It's like I'll spend the rest of eternity doing that if I do it that way. It's like I'm going to put up a flashing neon sign that says, "You're fucking stupid. Wake the fuck up." I should, if I was a tech guy, I should hijack one of those highway signs and fucking have a flashing message like, "You're a fucking moron. Wake the fuck up. Your government is not your friend." So I appreciate what you do and the way you do it, Michael. And I'm trying to be, I'm like Samuel L. Jackson. I'm trying to be the shepherd,
Yeah.
I'm trying real hard to be the shepherd.
Yeah.
But, fuck. I don't know, man. And I'm not even getting discouraged. At least I can invent more clever jokes as I'm trying to, hopefully more clever, as I'm trying to fucking wake people up. But, the planet is shut down, and the next virus they release is going to be the real killer. This one is just a test run. So if we don't expose them within the next 3 months, we're definitely in hell from there on. You're going to see real deaths amongst children. 7,000 children died today in Michigan. It's like, fuck, bleeding from the asshole, bleeding from the eyes. We cannot show you the footage on that. It's too gruesome. Now, let's hear a message from Apocalypse Ice Cream Company. That it's just going to get so fucking stupid if we let this go. This was a test run. It might have been an accident, but those guys, the dumb fucks who run the world, got all these different cartels, they didn't let this crisis go to waste. They jumped right on it as soon as it got released from Wuhan. And they had to bury immediately one important fact is that the American money was in the Wuhan lab. You're not going to hear that on mainstream news. You hear both sides are lying. Xiao Zhangping, or whatever his fucking name, the president of, I'll just call him Chinese smiley face, the president of China. He's saying it was an American virus, and the orange Braveheart doofus boy, you know, he's saying it's a Chinese virus, and the truth is, there are no countries, there's only corporations. And the CDC and the WHO and the NIH and the AMA, they're corporations. And we got to take advantage of the next 3 months before Wave 2 hits. Because I'm not hearing about Wave 2 yet, are you? You're not hearing about the second wave yet, right?
It's going to be the darkest winter in U.S. history.
Well, they always tell you what they're going to do. So if they're saying that, they're already planning on where, what, who, and how to release the real virus, not this test fucking baby virus, And as far as the numbers go, yeah, you could have a tree fall on you in your house and you would be listed as a COVID-19 death. You could have a home invasion robbery where you get shot and you'd be listed as a COVID-19 death. So I'm guessing, and this is a pure guess, that if we got 90,000 dead right now, you could knock a third of that off.
Well, here's what I'll bet you. I would be willing to bet you money that over the last 3 months, there hasn't been one single death from the influenza. The normal influenza that people die from every year.
Yeah, and you were really correct on that, too, because as far as I can tell, the normal influenza deaths in 2019 are about double the COVID-19 deaths.
Huh.
So, obviously, it might be more infectious, this COVID-19, but people die from the flu every year, and twice as many people die from the flu as they do from COVID-19. So we shut down the entire planet in order to perpetrate a psyop, and I understand there's a learning curve. You got to learn what is the virus, what does it do. I mean, just forget about where it came from. Most people don't want to know that. But what is the virus? What does it do? How do we fight it? And what should be our response to it? So they're shoving tubes down people's throats as if it's just your normal fucking, pneumonia. And they're killing people. So you got massive amounts of medical malpractice going on. That's part of the learning curve. They should be out of that by now. We've all found out about the cytokine storm, but they're not promoting. Instead of promoting vitamins, Z-Pak, hydrochloroquine, and boosting your immune system through any means possible, hopefully natural, they're saying wear a mask, be afraid, don't go to work, don't let your children talk to other children. Make sure the mailman puts the mail under the door. Don't touch each other. Be afraid of trees because trees have COVID-19 too. And trust the government, trust the government, trust the government. Terror, terror, terror. You're all going to die. That's their response. Where it should be vitamin D3, vitamin C, zinc, boost your immune system. Have fun. Don't wear masks very often at all, especially not outside. Don't drive with a mask on. Don't jog with a mask on. Don't spit on other people. Don't sneeze on other people. Just normal bullshit. Like Cuomo, you know that Cuomo killed bunches of elderly people because he stuck COVID-19 positive people in with the fucking elderly, right? And they all died. You know that, right?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. So why are we listening to retards? These people, these governors, they just want power. The WHO just wants power. The FTC just wants power. The pharmaceutical companies want to inject you 17 times up the ass with a fucking vaccine that'll probably give you cancer and kill you anyways. So why are we listening to them? I don't know. I just want my planet back. I would say I want people to be sane again, But I've never lived on a sane planet. This planet hasn't been sane since Atlantis fell. And, Atlantis was pretty fucking insane, too. That's why it fell, because the same thing was repeating at that time. Power, power, power. People were grabbing for power. They had a whole different technology at that time. But here now we got the virus people, It's fucking crazy. I mean, fuck, it's a Looney Tune. The interdimensional reptilian shit.
I just want the police state to stop, man. That's all. I just want people to be able to live their lives. And it's so simple, and that's all people want. They don't want a free ride. They don't want to, they don't want to all fucking live in mansions and drive Ferraris. They just want to fucking live their life. The vast majority of them. And for whatever reason, the stupid fucking bullshit land of the free government is all up everybody's fucking ass around the fucking world. And it needs to be reeled the fuck back or fucking chopped off at the head. One or the other. But enough is enough. And that's the whole thing. That's why I cut the people a slack, because by doing that, then they're able to maybe eventually catch up. You can't jam the fucking worms down the baby birds' throats. It's not gonna work. So.
Yeah, well, one thing that I've stuck to my entire life, before I knew about 9/11, before I knew about Oklahoma City, before I even knew I knew instinctively that the American government is not my friend. It's a machine that has no problem sucking me in, chewing me up, and spitting me out, or eating me. I'm just fucking expendable. I knew that before I knew anything. But the one thing I stuck to is, Mike, you got to live a natural life. Stay close to nature. Be a natural man. You don't need pharmaceutical drugs. Look at all these people walking around. They're wearing suits and ties, and they don't know anything. They don't get their hands in the soil. So I knew that much, that the natural life is the real way to go. But there's people who grew up in arcades with flashing lights, and they work in offices with, they're crunching numbers, and they gotta develop false personalities in order to, get along with the other robots in their fucking office. You got TV shows called The Office. It's like you're not natural people. There's something wrong with you. You allowed to, and my sister is saying, well, there's nothing we can do about it. It's like, you fucking moron. So I got very little patience. I got, I'm not saying, I got a lot of work to do on myself to get to a place where I can be Jesus or Gandhi and not fucking, get so upset because there's so many stupid people out there.
I just don't want to count them out. I know you want them to catch up, but look, we have to. It takes time, and I just want them to, be able, given the chance, to catch up. That's all.
Yeah, that's true, and I'm quite sure I come across as a nut job myself. So, I don't know, but we can't let it go, because the truth, we were able to find out the truth about the virus and all of the geopolitical dynamics in 2 months' time here, and
I don't know. Look, I don't know what the truth is. I really don't. But I know that we're being lied to, just like everything else. So and that's kind of the whole purpose of my work, is that, understand who the real enemy is. It's the people that are lying to us.
Yeah, well, you and I are quite different. Whereas I intentionally went into this subject as a street person with no medical background, and I said to myself, I made a vow, and I said, I'm going to learn as many details about this situation as I can, and memorize them and develop the ability to speak intelligently about this subject so that whoever tells me X, Y, and Z, I can say, no, you're not correct, because QRSTP, I can give them the facts. I'm not just talking out my ass. So I do know, I'm very close to the undebunkable truth on the virus. It's definitely man-made. It definitely came from U.S. Army. It went to Wuhan. It definitely has, I really needed to speak intelligently about it because I don't want to come off like some dumb fuck conspiracy theorist who, I'm muddying the waters myself. I hate that. So it's okay if you say, I don't know, but you're doing the good work on TV, on your YouTube channel. Your basic message is everything's going to be okay. Shit's fucked up, but everything's going to be okay. Don't be afraid. That's your basic message. Eat marijuana. My basic message is get fucking angry, get fucking smart, fight back. That's my basic fucking message. Because I don't see any other way that outside of a revolution or some kind of organized mass action. It's got to be organized. It's got to be intelligent. It's got to be a mass action. And even if that happens, which is very unlikely, you're going to have black bloc people. You're going to have the CIA in there. You're going to have people trying to fuck it up. We saw that in Occupy Wall Street. So, it's like every move we make, the masters are already 7 moves ahead of us. They got an AI machine figuring out what our next move is before we even know it. So... but we can't let it go. We don't let it go. Don't get, fight the masks, fight the WHO, fight the CDC, fight Gates, fight the vaccines, fight Fauci, and if you got to, fight Trump too if he does something stupid. So far, he's been okay, except he didn't realize the severity of it early enough. But he wants to open up. Everybody's learning. The doctors are learning. The government agencies are learning. The population is learning.
Yeah. I hear you, Michael. I know. That's what I'm saying. Just stay cool. We'll get through it. I gotta take a break. So, it's good to hear from you, and I'm glad that things are still going good where you're at. And I'll talk to you soon. Okay?
Take care, brother.
Okay. See ya. That's our buddy Michael from Southern California. I have a video about a trucker protest here in Washington, or not here, but in Washington, D.C., and I thought that was actually kind of important.
Let's stay in the US now with a look at the country's efforts to get its economy back on track amid the coronavirus pandemic. In just over 2 months, the crisis has wiped out nearly 40 million jobs. The country's truckers have been hit particularly hard. Some of them are taking their concerns directly to Washington.
With the U.S. economy in tatters, these truckers are all out of work. Hundreds of them have been camping out in front of the White House for 3 weeks. Mariela Alfonso honks her horn several times a day to draw President Trump's attention to their plight.
We're going to lose everything. All the drivers are already going bankruptcy, losing their trucks. They can't make the payments. We don't have money for insurance. We don't have money for anything. So if we don't get paid better rates, everything is going to be lost.
A lot of these guys here are ready to lose businesses. We have families that we got to provide to. And that's our biggest thing. We lose this, what are we going to do?
Almost 2.5 million Americans applied for unemployment payments in recent weeks. Since the start of the coronavirus pandemic, around 39 million have lost their jobs, more than any time since the Great Depression of the 1930s. Democrats in Congress are calling for additional aid, but the White House has rejected the bill. President Trump insists the economy will recover because lockdowns are being eased.
States are opening up, some rapidly, safely, and we look forward to that, and I think we're going to get back. We're going to have some very good numbers, I project. I think that we will have a great transition period, which is third quarter. I think you're going to have a very good fourth quarter. I think you're going to have an incredible year.
Now, all 50 states have gradually begun to reopen.
Hello. I am lighting the bong, so I am going to play another video for you. about Texas voters having to have a presidential primary.
A Texas federal judge ruled on Tuesday that all voters in the state will be allowed to request an absentee ballot due to the coronavirus pandemic. U.S. District Judge Fred Beery said the state's vote-by-mail restrictions are unconstitutional. After quoting the Declaration of Independence, he wrote, "Americans now seek life without fear of pandemic, liberty to choose their leaders in an environment free of disease, and the pursuit of happiness without undue restrictions." Texas's election code only allows people who are over 65, out of the county, in jail, or have a disability to vote by mail. The Texas Democratic Party sued state officials, arguing that fear of COVID-19 should fall under the disability category. The judge agreed in an injunction Tuesday, saying anxiety would hinder Texans from casting their votes in person. Beery wrote that voters deserve, quote, "the option to choose voting by letter carrier versus voting with disease carriers." The ruling extends until the case goes to trial or the pandemic ends. For Newsy, I'm Gage Jackson.
President Trump is accusing Michigan's Secretary of State of illegally sending out absentee ballots for the November election and threatening to withhold funding.
I mean, certainly, had I sent out ballots, which I don't have the authorization to do, that would have been a problem. And so, okay, but that's not what we did. In Michigan, we sent out applications to every registered voter to let them know they have a right to vote by mail in the upcoming elections this year. It's the same thing that secretaries have done, Republican secretaries have done in Iowa, and West Virginia, and Georgia, and Nebraska.
The president's accusation is just the latest attack he's leveled on mail-in voting, as states consider how to safely conduct elections in the coronavirus pandemic.
The big concern is that we can't run elections in the same way as we normally have, or else millions of people could potentially be disenfranchised.
Election experts have spent months advocating for mail-in voting as an alternative for people afraid of heading to the polls and catching COVID-19. Requests for mail-in ballots have surged in the primaries, but some worry it could overwhelm the postal system and election workers, while skeptics politicize the process itself.
Thousands of votes are gathered, and I'm not going to say which party does it, but thousands of votes are gathered, and they come in and they're dumped in a location, and then all of a sudden you lose elections that you think you're going to win.
You know, it boggles my mind that anyone would see the action of mailing every voter information on how to vote by mail as some sort of partisan act itself or any attacks on it.
Mail-in voting already exists in all 50 states through absentee ballots, and the president himself voted absentee in Florida's primary. It has historically been bipartisan, and many Republicans still support the option, so long as protections like ID and signature verification are in place, and no third parties collect ballots.
Even before he was elected, President Trump alleged that there was widespread voter fraud in our voting system, which is simply not true and has been repeatedly debunked. So in some ways, this is just old wine in new bottles.
As it turns out, people that want to vote for Republicans are going to vote for Republicans. People that want to vote for Democrats are going to vote for Democrats. And how they register and how they cast their ballot is not something that makes a huge difference.
Now the Republican says he's trying to get the state legislature to modernize mail-in voting with online absentee ballot requests and paid postage on envelopes. Still, he's finding resistance.
Yeah, there's some pushback. Once Ohioans understand the safeguards that exist for signature matching and the bipartisan oversight of the elections process, then they realize that it's a trustworthy way to cast a ballot.
A recent Newsy Ipsos poll found more than half of Americans, 54%, say they're more likely to support voting by mail because of the pandemic. But keeping polling locations open is still critical. Just ask a Wisconsinite who decided not to vote in the state's April primary after seeing long lines and crowded polls.
I was scared to do it. I just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to risk it. So that took precedence over my commitment to vote.
Another battle ahead of November, how much money states need and whether they'll get it by summer, when experts say supplies like high-speed scanners to count mailed-in ballots need to be in place. Congress approved $400 million for elections in March, but many House Democrats and election experts say about $4 billion is needed.
For the federal government to mandate how states run elections is something that we wouldn't welcome, but additional federal spending for the purpose of postage and equipment and personnel in our county boards, we would certainly welcome.
Sasha Ingber, Newsy, Washington.
All right. Let's see. It's still hot. It's still hot. Right, get this little dabby go. All right, hey buddy, what's up with my beautiful baby, huh? You know you're my beautiful baby. Okay, so I have another video about Venezuela trying to buy oil from Iran, which makes no sense whatsoever, since Venezuela probably has the largest supply of oil on the planet, from what I understand. But I thought it was an interesting story. And I thought you guys would want to see it too, so I'm going to play that for you now.
We move on. It's been just over a year since the United States ramped up sanctions on Iran's oil exports, but Iran is on the lookout for new markets, and they've found one in Venezuela. Now, our senior international affairs correspondent, Owen Alterman, looks at the clash between Washington and Tehran off the shores of South America.
Iran and the United States potentially at odds at sea, but this time not as here in the Persian Gulf. Instead, off the coast of Venezuela, where 5 Iranian oil tankers are headed. Venezuelans need the oil. The United States is reportedly looking at ways to stop Iran's sale.
What the Americans stated regarding our oil tankers in various locations around the world is illegal and shameless. If they make any move against this free and legitimate sailing of our ships, they will definitely face reaction by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
The potential clash comes as part of Washington's maximum pressure campaign against Tehran, wanting to bring to zero Iran's oil sales. Separately, Venezuela too is under U.S. sanctions.
Impressive Iran, our sister Iran. Salam alaikum, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you for all the support we are receiving. We're ready for anything, anytime. Iran, salam alaikum.
Meanwhile, Venezuelans fume about government mismanagement that has meant this country, rich in oil, does not have the refineries to turn that oil into gasoline.
The truth is, I don't know if the gasoline shipment from Iran to Venezuela is going to work out or not. I don't think so. Gasoline should be produced here. This is an oil-producing country. It's unusual that no gasoline is being produced here.
Iran and Venezuela have long had close ties, joined by their anti-American position. A relationship showing Iran's global pockets of influence and showing that the U.S. campaign against Iran is global too.
Boo Bear went outside. It's raining outside. He loves being outside in the rain. I am getting really hungry. Go figure. So I have one video left that I don't think that I played yet. It is a video about Donald Trump will not close the country again. I don't believe I played that video. It's an important one to see. Did I play that video? I might have played that video. I'm going to go ahead and play it anyways. And then I will be right back and we'll call it a night. So thanks so much for tuning in. If you don't stick around, if you already saw the video and you don't stick around for it. I don't think I played it, but it hasn't got an X by it. So I'm going to play it anyways, just in case.
Good
evening, and it's great to have you with us here on a very busy Thursday night, and we will get to that attack at that.
I'm not going to play that one again. I did play that video. I'm pretty sure. I remember it. I remember how it started, and it had the little fucking line like it hadn't reeled up yet quite. I remember that. So I'm not going to play it. I'm hungry. I'm going to go make myself a lovely burrito. I hope that you have something in your world that you're going to go enjoy. Thanks so much for spending your time with us this evening. We do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time, which means we'll be back here tomorrow. Same Mox time, same Mox channel. I hope so much that we see you here because it's always better when you're here. And in fact, it would be completely meaningless without you. So please come back soon. If you're not subscribed, hit the subscription button, hit the notifications button. That way you will never miss a single episode of your Wake and Bake News at 7 p.m. and all the other things that happen on this channel. So again, thanks so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow night. I hope we see you there. Until then, stay cool because one of these days this plague is gonna win. Is gonna end. One of these days. Let's hope the plague doesn't win. Either way, stay cool. It'll be fine. One of these days, this plague is gonna end. Stay cool till that day.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com